Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Session 2 of the 2024 USAPL High School National Championship in beautiful Baton Rouge, Louisiana, hosted by SBD Apparel and A7. And hosted by the Cajun Prep powerlifting team. It's been a wonderful session, a wonderful time for us thus far. We had 2 sessions yesterday. Excuse me, we just finished eating. One session today. And after this, we have one more. So it's gonna be a completely full day of lifting. It's gonna have action all day. Today, our weight classes up to bat are the women's 44 kilo weight class and the male's 75 kilo weight class. And just to show y'all, or just to put into perspective how stacked these classes are, there's 2 classes and 2 full flights for each, which is wild.
Mm-hmm. The 75, it's mostly the 75 kilo division. Guess how many lifters they have?
At least 30.
75.
Ooh.
It is absolutely stacked.
Wow. That's wild.
There's going to be a big battle for the title, for podium placings. It's going to be really fun.
That's awesome.
Really fun.
Well, folks, just to introduce ourselves a little bit, if this is your first time on the stream, my name is Nick Stevens, a.k.a. Gainendorf on IG, USAPL coach, commentator, competitor, and newly minted referee. I'm joined by the one and the only
Adriana Davis. I thought you were going to introduce me. Adriana Davis, also competitor, referee, commentator. If you follow me on Instagram, it's Adriana Davis.
Super easy.
Super easy, super simple.
Adriana with an E.
Yes.
All right, in just a few minutes, we'll be joined by the owner and proprietor of White Toe Lifting Co., Yuli Muyad. He is currently in the bathroom, so he'll be back in just a few short minutes, but he'll be joining us for the first half of this session today. And like I said, folks, we have our ladies 44 kilo and the men's 75 kilo classes. So we're going to see pretty early on, I like to think about, some of the placings, what we're looking at. Based on openers already, we're already going to see some interesting battles going on, like you said. But let's get down to the action, folks. We've got Matthew Melson on platform 1. This is 358 pounds. Carson Machala is going to take 340. Oh, sorry, that was a good lift. Hayden Hopkins, is going to go 157.5 kilos, 347. And then on platform 3, Porter Mauney is going to go 380 pounds. And I believe that was a no lift for Porter, unfortunately.
And all of the males you will see in this session are going to be in the raw 75 kilo division. So we're not going to be jumping back and forth between weight classes, just keeping it simple. And all of the ladies are going to be in the 44 kilo division.
Are they raw as well?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
All raw lifting this session.
Yep, last session we had a lot of equipped lifters. Great showing by some of our equipped lifters. We saw some amazing benches, the first 600 pull of the whole competition. Can't wait to see them tomorrow. All right, so folks, if you're just watching and this is your first time, really viewing powerlifting in a competition setting, let's go and talk a little bit about what we're going to be seeing on your screen. So just to orient you all a little bit to what you're seeing, obviously we've got the platform view at the front, and you can see our spotters and loaders and our referees as well. But if you're looking at the bottom left corner of the screen, we have the indication of what lift it is. So now it's squat. It's in nice big red letters. And then right below that, we have their age division. So all of our boys today are going to be in the varsity division. So they would have had to have posted a higher QT. So they're in their varsity. And then you see their age, their weight class, So they're 75 kilos. And then below that, you see their name as well as all of the attempts they'll have. And this will be true all throughout the competition. And folks, we're back. Look who's joined us today.
Hey. Hi, everybody.
Is that what we're doing?
That's what we're doing.
I guess I have to now. Ely, you got any sunglasses?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Love it, love it. All right. So anyway, yes, folks, that's going to be kind of our heads-up display in the bottom right corner there. That's going to be the easiest way for you to catch all the action. If you want to stay up to date with all of the live attempt changes and lift or attempt decisions, go ahead and follow us and check out the action on LiftingCast.com. Look for Day 2 for High School Nationals for the USAPL. Pick a platform and check out the action. Now, all of us have competed in some form or fashion with the squat. Yuli, tell us about what some of the commands are and what you're looking for those.
So for the squat, you have 2 commands, and it's a squat command, and it's the rack command. To be given a squat command, your knees need to be straight, stiffened out. It can't be soft, need to be locked out. You need to be upright with the bar. You need to have full control of the bar. You need to have your hands in control of the bar as well. You can't affect talon grip. There are a few different like grips which are illegal and whatnot. And essentially, you need to wait to get the command from the judge once you're ready, once you're set and everything's stable.
Okay.
After that, you complete the squat, go down, back up again. You hit depth, of course. And when we're at the top, you have to lock out your knees again. If you take a step backwards or forwards or to the side, you miss the lift and you have to re-rack. But you wait there, motionless, standing erect until the judges tell you to rack the weight.
That's right. And so, kind of on the flip side of that, Adriana, tell us a little bit about what we're looking for kind of on the referee side for these squats. What's the top 3 most important things we're looking at here?
The number 1 most important infraction or rule that you've got to follow in the squat is depth. So you've got to break parallel with the hip crease at the hip joint has to break parallel below the top surface of the knee. So that's going to be the most common infraction here. If you see lifters make a squat and you kind of wonder, whoa, why did they miss it? Like it looked good to me. It's usually going to be a depth call. The second one is probably soft knees. That's been a recent call that's been called more over the last couple years. Lifters will have their knees soft either at the start or the end of the lift. And that's kind of the 2 most common ones. Maybe the third is missing a command. That would be a yellow card. And we'll keep you updated on this too as we see missed lifts. We'll keep you updated on what we believe the infraction was. Of course, the judges have the best seat in the house. So sometimes, especially since we have the front view, sometimes the lift can look completely fine. And then it gets 3 red lights and you're like, whoa, what happened there?
Exactly. Yep. All right, so with that phenomenal explanation of the rules, thanks, fam. We're going to hop into the action once again. So give you a quick rundown of what we've got going on. So platform 1, we've got Richard Comstock. He's going to open with 369 pounds. That's 167.5 kilos. Lucas Miller on platform 2. He's going to be doing 396. I don't know if he was talking to Richard about that one, but a little bit of a funny inverse there. And then on platform 3, Ezekiel Ruiz is going to go 413 pounds for his opener, representing Lexington Powerlifting. And now, like you were saying earlier, these are only 75-kilo men, so everyone on every platform is competing against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Which I think adds a little bit of extra gamesmanship
Of course.
to it, because you're not worried about 4 or 5, 6 people, and maybe the top 2 that are closest to you. You got to worry about 75 people.
Yeah, that's a ton of people.
That's a lot.
And typically speaking, in instances like this, you find that people are organized based off, I guess, how high their numbers can be, the projected, what you call total at the end, off of openers, which can lead to quite a few upsets. If people are opening up with very light attempts and that kind of stuff, you can find that they end up, I guess, like podiuming or maybe even taking first place.
Right.
You see this happening on occasion.
And we don't know what these jumps are going to look like either.
No
So
idea.
we might see an absolute freak and he jumps 20 kilos every squat. Who knows?
Yeah, forecasted total, it tells a story and it gives us some indication of who could be in contention, but sometimes it can be a trap.
Yep.
Because like you said, people open light. Some people, they end up bombing out or they end up just making one attempt. Oh.
It's unfortunately going to be a no lift for Francis Zeller. How do you get help from the spotters and loaders there? Big shout out to them.
What happened? Did he lose balance? What happened?
It looked like he was coming forward on the toes a little bit and double bounced, but he was kind of going down already before he tried to double bounce.
Oof.
So I wonder if he's able to come back for that one. It definitely, I think it was a misgroove, but we'll see if he's able to come back for that.
Let's hope so. Hope he's got the resilience. But yeah, so it can be very tough from a coaching perspective to keep track of everything when you have this kind of a setup. because you're trying to see where you're at on your platform. It's tough enough as it is, particularly when you get closer to deadlifts. If you're watching that over 3 different platforms at different times and so on and so forth, it can be well nigh impossible.
Yep.
If your platform's deadlifts finish before the next platform's deadlifts do, you know, it can leave you in a pretty tough predicament,
Right.
particularly if you're trying to get a podium spot.
All right, we've got Keegan Matsky, I'm sorry, on platform 2 is going to be 407 pounds, and Ryan Lee on 3 is going to do 424 pounds. We need to make another column on the list for just AC/DC in general. I'm saying, Ryan Lee, respect the depth. That's going to be a good lift, no question about it. All right, here's Maximus Benke, literally the hardest name of the entire competition. Maximus, yo. The Gladiator. 175, that's 385 pounds. And that's 2 to 1. That is a good lift. So, folks, if you are watching the screen, you can kind of get an inclination of whether or not that lift was good. So in the top left corner there, right next to the platform, you can see some screens. It's going to have 3 lights show up at the end of each lift. And like we were saying, you know, per the infractions, per the commands that you're given, you only need 2 out of 3 of the judges to consider it a good lift for it to be a completely good lift.
Yes.
Important to note here, we do have a jury on staff. We do have a jury at this meet, and what a jury is, it's a collection of 3 either Cat 1 or Cat 2 judges, and what they do is they're basically like a fact checker, if you will. So let's say a lifter gets 2 red lights on a lift, but you get 1 white light. Go to the jury, because who knows, there might be something there that they might have missed, the referee might have called something a little bit too hastily, and the jury has the ability to overturn whatever the platform referees say. Now, the odds that it gets overturned, very small, because oftentimes our referees on the platform do know what they're doing and they're amazing at what they do. But every now and then, you know, nobody's perfect. Every now and then we might come across a situation where we go to the jury, and it doesn't cost you anything. It's free.
Yeah, exactly. Unless it's 3 red lights, and then in which case it's, what is it, 20 bucks?
20 bucks.
Yeah.
Wait. No, you can still contest 3 red lights. If someone gets 3 white lights and you want to contest it, then you can slap down 20 bucks.
Copy.
I don't know why anyone would want to contest a 3 white light lift. Like, that's just next level
The
hatred.
Ultima Sigma
But
move.
that is next level Giga Chad move, and we do not want that.
Fong starts playing ominously in the background.
Honestly,
as you approach
that's just mean. Like that's a little bit like unsportsmanlike, I feel like.
You know,
I mean, I guess if it is for your lifter is in first place, someone pulls ahead into first place. It looked a little contentious, but got 3 white lights. I could see it then, but it's going to be very rare.
I might do it to Mateo next time we go up against each other. Mateo is one of my athletes. I actually coach Mateo, but occasionally we go against each other like in competitions.
Oh, I love that. All right, up on platform 3, 172 was missed by Porter Monty, but we're going up 10 kilos to 402 pounds for Porter Monty. And unfortunately, that was a no lift on platform 2 on depth from all 3 of our judges there. All right, here's Porter, 182.5 kilos. Oh, respect the depth, why don't you?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened on his first
Come on,
attempt.
refs. Yeah, he's in the meat. Come
in the
on
meat.
now. I don't know what that was all about, but it was fast.
Yeah, he might have just maybe nerves. Honestly, that first squat is the most nerve-wracking lift of the entire meet.
And what we can't tell, folks, on this side, I mean, you can kind of tell a little bit, but missing commands, that's a very, like, easy thing to do, especially when you're going for, or especially when you're with lifters this young.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, folks, these are high school level lifters. These kids are between 13 and 16 years old. And the amount of discipline that we have thus far going to the high school nationals is phenomenal. I haven't seen many lifts missed on commands, but let's say this is your first or second meet, right? The nerves are 100% there. I know whenever I stepped in front of a big crowd and had to lift in front of everybody, at 21, I was scared. At 14, these kids are rock stars, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely rock stars. And they're young. They're starting young. That's the big thing here. A lot of the best lifters, like you were saying last session, a lot of the best lifters were made in high school. They started young, and they kept that going. They had maybe an injury here or there, but it's the longevity of it. It's the powering through and building upon solid technique and getting just more and more reps in on the platform.
Yes.
The nerves do go down to some extent.
Yeah, you may still get nerves, but it's the experience that really helps you.
Exactly. Now here's Luke Lister. He did get a replace command, and it looks like he got a replace command due to soft knees. So, folks, the head referee does have the option to say replace, or is it rack?
Replace.
Yeah, replace. Okay. They have the option to say replace, head judge does, if they deem that the lifter is not ready for the squat in terms of knees and shoulders. 2-1 on depth for Luke Lister. So this is the first time we're running into this little situation, folks. Now, everyone's got 3 attempts. Let's say, and God forbid, we hope this doesn't happen, but God forbid one lifter misses every single one of their squats. What happens?
You would bomb out.
Which is?
Not good.
Facts. So bombing out, that's just our sport jargon for disqualification. You unfortunately are not allowed to post, or not then allowed to post any totals or run for any placings within the competition. You can still lift 100%, but you will technically be out of contention with the rest of the lifters in your class.
Yes, your total is marked as 0 pounds. You're not qualified for any records, anything of that nature.
Yeah. Speaking of bombing out, Cruz on platform 2 just avoided. Not bombing out, but it's a little nerve-wracking when you miss that opener. You have to come back, make it on your second.
And he went up 2.5 keys as well.
Yeah. So
Aggressive move.
Now here's Matt Nelson, same deal, 2.5 kilo increase. No knee sleeves, what a god. That was clean.
yeah,
Yeah, it
it looked
was.
clean.
Let's see what he got.
Gonna wait to see for
There it
depth.
is.
3
Red
whites.
Lights.
Yep.
Perfect.
We usually have to wait to see the referee's calls just because we do have the front perspective, whereas depth is just much easier to judge from the side. And the referees do, as they say, have the best seats in the house. So typically it could look good from the front, and then you see 2 red lights and you know it's depth.
Right. And we're not going to see it so much in this session, but we'll see this in sessions to come, especially with our equipped lifters. You find the suit is extremely restrictive, and so depth is going to be a lot more commonly called on lifters in the equipped division. We're not going to. Hopefully, we're not going to see it too much in this session here. Angel on 1, respect the depth.
Buried.
That's a good lift, no question about it.
That was an easy second on platform 3 from Ezekiel.
Same for on 2 from Carson.
Francis Ziller on platform 1 is repeating his lift. Hopefully he gets it this time.
And if I remember, it wasn't a depth issue. It kind of looked like he might have had a misgroove.
Yes, this is the one that looked like he came on his toes. It was on strength, or seemingly on strength, but it could have very well been a misgroove. Let's see what Francis has over here now.
Oh, that's a quick unrack.
Rocking A7, presenting sponsor.
Oh,
Okay.
night
Very
day.
much a misgroove. Very much so. I mean, yeah, he's on the board.
Yes.
I don't. Well, he's like, see, I don't know what that was. And that just goes to show you, folks, you've got to have a different mindset for each lift depending on what happens, right? So let's say you're going into it, you miss your opener. All right, got to change the mindset, got to come back to it. You hit that second attempt. All right, well, I'm back in the game. Now we can maybe go back down a little bit. Maybe we can start to plan out for the rest of the meet. It's important, too, to have a short memory.
Yes.
Yes.
Especially in powerlifting. You
Yes.
got to have a short memory. You're only on the platform for a minute. Remember it for 10 seconds, and you're gone. Only forward, always on to the next lift.
Precisely. You can either choose to dwell or you can choose to do well. It's up to you. Soundbite. Mic
That
drop.
man's
That was pretty good.
spitting. Oh, my gosh.
Like you said, if you dwell on that missed attempt, it could just,
Ruins the day.
Yeah.
Psychology is a very important factor when it comes to powerlifting.
Yeah.
If you're up there thinking about, man, I missed that squat as you're trying to bench press, you're not making that bench press. Or the RP just climbed 2 points.
Oh, bit of a fight on platform 2 from Will.
And that's one thing I like to instill, on my lifters, and shameless plug, I like to think this is something I'm kind of good at, is, that lifter psychology, right? Talking to the lifters and really understanding them individually within the context of the meet.
Absolutely.
And it especially helps if you're a competitor. You kind of know what's going through their mind right now. What can you say to get them in that right mental space to be able to rally back and finish the day strong?
Yep. Of course, you have lifters who need like emotional support and that kind of stuff, like pats on the back. And you have other people, for example, who busting their chops is actually the move. Mateo, if he does hard and whatnot, I'm not out there like offering like soft consolations, whatever. It's like I'm like, bro, come on, are we gonna lose right now?
Yeah.
Is this it? And it turns them around. You have other people out there, for example, who need you to say, all right, we got this, and so on and so forth, and basically just to provide assurances. As a coach, it's important to find out what works for each person you're working with.
Absolutely. Matt Hernandez, a little bit of side to side there, but I saw no up and downward motion, but it's going to be no lift. Looks like 2 on depth.
Ooh.
And a blue card as well, so maybe they did see some up and downward motion there.
Yeah.
Richard Comstock.
The lift is...
That's a good lift. 2 to
Good.
1.
2 to 1. Good for him.
Charlie Poling walking off the front with the slick belt flick. Ooh, wait a minute. Coming behind is Aiden Hildebrand on platform 3. That's 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds. And if you're going for this in the gym, that's 4 plates. And for a lot of kids, especially high school kids, that's a good milestone. We've also got Eden Aguilar on platform 1, 180 kilos, 396 pounds.
Ooh, platform 1 and 3 are going at the same time. Let's see what happens. Aguilar and Hildebrandt.
All right, who's going to win? It's not a race, but who's going to win?
Ooh, Hildebrandt was high.
Interesting to see the 2 different approaches to the squat here. We've got a no lift on platform 3, unfortunately, but like you were saying, that was on depth. But it's interesting to see the different approaches here. You have some lifters that want to feel that control of the lift, right? They want to go down slow. They want to make sure they hit all their points. And then you got lifters who bomb the lift and dive bomb it and recuperate and find that strength out of the hole. Yeah. Kind of like you were alluding to earlier. It all comes down to the individuality of the lifter.
Yes.
And we're going to see that too in their positionings and their different techniques, and especially for the bench press.
Of course. Different setups, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
I mean, it would be so boring if everyone set up exactly the same, had exactly the same form.
Yeah.
Going along with that, I mean, I like watching lifters that have personalities.
Yes, me too.
Oh, yeah, me too.
It gets me engaged. Call upon my boy once again, Austin Perkins. I mean, he's electric. Something about the hype about him. SSJ Bob as well. Like, it's another entertaining. Brandon Petrie.
Bro.
They're just entertaining to watch because they're not just lifting. They're putting on a show. They're performing.
Yes. So again, back to what we were talking about earlier, I guess different setups and different forms. There is no best form. There is no best setup. Each person has got their own different method and mode and whatnot, and it's perfectly fine.
One size is. Are they all wearing the same singlet?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it looks like Keegan's wearing a different one. Okay.
Oh, wait.
Dang, I thought he was going to be able to push through that.
So close.
He juked me.
And you never want to miss a lift in general, but especially on your second attempt, it's going to be tough to come back from.
Yeah, right. Like, yes, you're on the board, but you don't want to go away with just your opener. You were saying that last session.
You're leaving a lot of kilos on the table by doing that.
There is a flip side to it, though. I mean, I find when people, I guess, go 1 for 3 on squats, it typically means at least how I try to word it and whatnot, is there's more left and more in store for deadlifts. You're less taxed and so on and so forth. Presumably.
That's fair, and that's a good way to frame it for your athlete.
Yeah.
Like, we missed our opener, we got our opener, missed these last 2. That's fine. Forget about it. We're gonna come back. We've saved money in the bank for deadlifts.
Yep. The same thing happened yesterday with Andre. Andre missed his 3rd squat and whatnot. I said the exact same thing with him. He didn't believe it at first. Bench press was massive, as we all know, like world record. Moved on to deadlifts, and we had to revise his opener by 30 pounds. We had to jump up and whatnot because that's how good his warm's looking in the back room.
Right.
He hit an all-time PR on the platform and everything and ended up taking 1st place. So You're never out. You're not out until you believe you're out.
That's right.
You know, until Fat Lady sings, so to speak.
Anthony Nichols coming up to platform 2, going up 2.5 kilos, but missed 200. I want to say it was on depth. I'm not completely positive.
Was. Yeah, I'm not completely positive.
And we're rolling on third attempts on platform 3. 190 kilos, 418 pounds for Daniel Orellana. Ooh, Anthony, I like that singlet colorway. The light purple with the black goes kind of crispy. I'm a fan. In the chucks, this man's based.
Orellana got that. Boom, both lifts should be good. Oh!
Come on, come on.
I had to put up a fight, and
Wow.
that is terrifying.
Come on,
when
Deb,
you missed
come
your
on, Deb.
opener. I think
He's
he got
good.
it.
He's on the board.
He's
All right.
good.
on the board.
Anthony Nichols has made it.
And that is so scary when you miss your opener. You come out to your second, and it's not easy. It's
I was saying, it
difficult.
moves like that.
It was difficult. I wouldn't be mad if he scratched his third, honestly.
So what is scratching?
So scratching is when you just tell the table that you're not going to take an attempt.
So what happens when you do scratch?
When you do scratch, basically, you scratch, you tell people not going to be doing anything with that. That you're supposed to be skipped there. I think they offer the courtesy. So basically, they let the timer run out by 1 minute. Like typically, as lifters, what you want to do, extend the courtesy to the people before, after you, such that they basically get a minute to recover. If I'm not mistaken, Adriana, if you actually scratch it at the table, like legitimately, I think you just get skipped. There's no 1 minute break or anything like that.
Yeah, yep. You have to let them know if you're going to either just put in an attempt for a placeholder or to time out, I mean.
Right. Because you
But
can tell the referees that, but the people that are working the scoreboard on LiftingCast may not know that.
Yes, yeah. But if you go to the score table, you say, I'm just going to scratch it, they'll just put it in as 0, and then they'll skip you.
Yep.
And honestly, people do time out for courtesy of the lifters, and I would say that's really useful for a shorter flight. But perhaps in a longer flight like this one, I don't think it would make that big of a difference if you end up scratching.
Fair point.
Just because if a flight is full, like 15 lifters, it's kind of a long time. So 14 minutes versus 15 minutes, that's not going to make too big of a difference.
I've only seen this happen once, and I can't even remember the meet, but I've only seen it happen once where lifter didn't tell the score table he was scratching, so he still had his attempt up. He still had his 1 minute. He came out 5 seconds left and pulled and won.
What?
My goodness.
That's
On
the
his
thing.
third attempt, pulled it and won.
What?
And so, once you start the clock, they're technically not allowed to stop it because if they stopped it early, he couldn't have gone back out.
Yeah.
Wow, that's an aggressive move.
Yeah.
You
And
want to talk about mind games?
Yeah.
Brother.
I've even seen where the spotters off, like sometimes if a lifter times out, they'll ask, oh, can we go ahead and load the next attempt? And the referees have to say, no, you have to leave it on the bar for the whole minute, just in case someone were to run out like that lifter did.
All right, guys, let's turn our attention to platform 2. We've got Luke Lister, 155 kilos. This is make or break for him, guys.
I think he's got the
Life
strength
or
for
death,
it.
sink or swim. Is he going to get
He
it?
buried it. Come
He
on,
bet- Let's
refs.
see what happens. I don't know. Borderline.
Come on.
Oh,
2-1.
2-1.
Good.
He
Good.
is in
Good.
the
Thank
meat
goodness.
barely by the skin of his teeth.
Folks, I don't know if it's as stressful for y'all, but when we see 2 reds on a third attempt, or when we see 2 reds going into a third attempt, it's scary, man.
Yeah.
It's scary. And I mean, I can't even imagine what the lifters are feeling.
Oh, man, all kinds of emotions. Love to see a turnaround, though.
That's right. Now here's Harrison Bigda on 2, going to retake 175. He missed it on his second. I think it was for depth as well. Jason, 2-1, coming away 3 for 3 on squats. And Ryan Lee on platform 3, spitting, is going up to 205 kilos, so a small 2.5 kilo jump there. Here's Harrison on 2.
I think it's
That
high.
was the depth call, yep.
Yep. I think it's 1 for 3. Oh, he
it's
got
on.
it.
3
Three white lights.
3 white lights. Excuse us.
Hey, listen,
Good for you.
I'm going to preface.
I like being wrong about these things.
Yes.
That's good.
Oh, good. I'm going to preface and say, like, we do, like, Adriana's a lot more seasoned of a referee than I am. I just took my test, so I'm still getting there. I don't know if you're not a referee, are you?
Currently through the process. I'm going through it, yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
nice. So,
Yeah.
soon to be a referee.
Getting back to the sport.
But There's a reason we're not in the chair. There's a
course.
reason we're not in the chair right now. Because I mean, the big reason is we're not national level ref. You are actually.
Yeah.
Adriana's national level. So actually, I'll just talk about me and Ely.
I mean, all of the referees, you have a good point. All of the referees, wow, that was a, that was a big
grinder.
fight
Holy
from Hayden on platform 2.
Wow.
Yeah, good lift.
Nice.
But like you said, all of the referees on the platform today, they're all super experienced. Some of them have been in powerlifting for decades.
At minimum, Cat 1 referees, and you have you have up to Cat 2 referees. Cat 2 referee, for example, is somebody who can actually call something a world record and that kind of stuff. So today is one of those days. You see them at national level events and that kind of stuff.
And a lot of times they're on the jury as well.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Yeah, so this is a very high standard that
Yes.
these lifters have to hold up to.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say, like, yes, these referees, like you were saying, they do have the best seat in the house. They're seeing it from different angles that we can only see from the front. So the chances of us making a call right is probably
It's
going to be
tough.
50-50.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 2-1, no lift. Speaking of,
I thought he hit that.
yeah, I did too. I thought he just hit depth, but from the side is where the referees see that
Yeah.
it was high. I mean, these referees are literally just a few feet from where the action is happening.
Yeah, we are literally across the building.
So we have to say, like at younger meets and whatnot, with newer lifters, you tend to see a whole lot of red lighted attempts, missed attempts, and so on and so forth. I have to say, for this session today, session 2, not that many, relatively speaking.
No, it's pretty good.
People are shaping up.
Yeah, last session was admittedly a little bit rough, you know, looking at the numbers.
Some would call it a bloodbath.
But, you know, comparatively this time around, we were seeing a lot more good lifts. I don't know if that's a testament to the coaching. Maybe I'm more inclined to say it's just the lifters themselves. And, you know, experience is a big issue there.
I think it might also have to do with time of day. Right? Like you're looking in the afternoon right now, people have slept enough apparently. You know, had a chance to eat a meal or two in, and you know, probably more primed to do what they need to do.
That's
in the
true.
morning, you're groggy, you're hungry, you know, probably depleted or whatever, and so you're more likely just to have a rough time coming in than otherwise.
Oh, they're in high school. I have no sympathy. They should get up early for school anyway. I have no sympathy for that. No, I do. I absolutely do. Sleep is probably,
Whoa.
if not the biggest factor.
That was a big fight on platform 2 for Will. 2-1.
2-1.
Good for him.
Same for Charlie. Can he go?
Oh, he
yes,
got
he
it.
can.
Does he get the
Nice.
lift?
It's a good
Yes,
lift.
he does.
Let's go.
Good lift.
Love the celebration
Love to see
there.
it.
All right, folks, that's going to end our first flight of squats on platform 3. Going on a flight number 2. Starting off with Asher Rosenbaum. He's going to go for 380 pounds. And we're finishing up our third attempts on platforms 1 and 2. All right, we've got Carson Machala on platform 2. Listen, if I say all the pronunciations I think it is, chances are one of
You
them's
can't
going to
be
be right.
wrong. You can't be wrong.
Respect the depth. Karsten, 407 pounds, milestone lift, 3
Boom.
wide lights.
Got it.
What's up? Hey, so more white toes. Am I loud? Can you hear that?
Shameless white toe plug.
Yes, we are we're actually sat right in front of the lifter entrance area, so we're seeing every single lifter, every single coach, commentator, volunteer, well, we're sitting here, but every single coach and all that passing through, so we might get a couple of heys, couple of hellos. Here's Dawson Searfoss.
Just taking a 2.5 kilo jump there.
Conservative, smart
I
move.
think it's the right call.
Absolutely. Didn't have another kilo left on that one.
And we're good. Wow.
All right, up next is Richard Comstock. Unfortunately, that was a no lift for Leo. But Richard's going to take the same weight. That's 402 pounds. Here's Joshua Cho. Oh, my.
Bit of a rough opener.
That was one of the... I know you're lying. I think it was pretty fast.
I saw the last part of it. I just
Oh,
saw
okay.
basic-
He dunked it in the hole.
Oh, nice.
He slam dunked it in the hole.
Hey, convince the judges, and you're good. Second and third attempt, you kind of get a little bit of, leeway. See what happens on the second platform over here with Machi.
Yeah,
Retake
missed his
of one.
second.
Oh,
Oh, it's just not there.
yeah.
And all kudos to Keegan there for trying, for trying not to keep pushing for that.
Yeah.
I mean, like we were talking about earlier, you want to save as much energy as you can. You've got 3 attempts at 2 different disciplines after this.
Yes.
So if you know you're going down in the hole and it's not moving,
Yeah.
Just let the spotters
let the spotters take it.
There's no
or
point.
if you know for certain that it was a grind, it went up and down, you're not going to get it, you're halfway through. Some lifters will push through just for the mental win, but others, like you said, just let the spotters take it, save energy for deadlifts.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Maximus, the Gladiator, 187.5, 413 pounds. Can he find his way out of the hole? That's a good grab there by the spotters and loaders. Maximus will come away 2 out of 3 on squat.
Lucas Miller on platform 2, 430 pounds.
And John, I love you. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that and disrespect you.
Abdelmasai?
Abdelmasai?
And John is kind of in that fight for top 10 position, at
Okay.
least based on forecasted total.
It looked like John just missed that lift. What did he miss it on?
I'm not sure, actually. I believe depth.
Depth?
I'm not completely sure. We unfortunately don't have the color cards on LiftingCast, but I think it might have been depth.
Oh, we don't have the cards at all?
We just have good or bad lift.
Oh, man. Normally you can see the thumbs up, different colors of the cards there.
Yep.
That stinks.
Aguilar.
Come
oh,
on,
it's a
Eden.
fight.
Come on,
It's a
Eden.
fight. Let's get it.
Come
oh,
on,
my
Eden.
goodness.
Look at him. He's
What
saying,
a battle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Come
3
on.
white lights. Wow. Excellent selection.
Wow. Talk about knowing your lifter.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean,
Shoot,
anyone.
if that was my lifter, I wouldn't even know if they would have followed through with that. Wow.
I mean, anyone can go 9 for 9. You take the bar.
Yeah, I know.
But it's different trying to go 3 for 3, 9 for 9, while getting the most out of your lifter that you can.
That's
Yes.
right. Anthony Nichols, good on the way up. 2.5 kilo jump. I don't know if he got deep enough there. Unfortunately
Unfortunately
not.
not.
3 red
Oh.
lights, unfortunately. 1 for 3 on squats.
I'm glad he's on the board.
Yes.
At least.
Yes.
Now here's Gabriel Prince. Is he rocking? Oh, yeah. Didn't know what that logo was. But here's Gabe Prince. 3rd attempt. I wonder if it was high enough.
I think he's good. I think
Based
he's
on
in
how the depth
clear.
calls today, you never know.
Let's see, and we're
That was a
good.
good lift.
Wow,
It's in.
at least 2 lights. 2 lights.
Like you
It was
said,
it was
folks,
a
you
little
only need 2.
untidy, but he gets it.
Hey, messy don't matter as long as it's there.
Exactly.
True.
All right, Vincent Evelyn on platform 2. Even 10 kilo jumps all the way through. Textbook.
Wow.
Yes.
Textbook.
Oh,
Oh, goodness.
no.
So he just
Oh,
lost
he
balance
misses
at the
the
top.
lift.
And that was probably the
heartbreaking
best
to
grab
see.
I've ever seen by the
Yes.
spotters and loaders.
Yes.
Because that could have
Amazing
gone
job.
downhill very fast.
Yeah.
Yes, it could have.
yeah.
Good
Very
catch by them.
unfortunate because it was a great lift,
It was beautiful.
but he just lost balance at the top.
Hey, at that point, I still count it as my PR. We're running it.
I honestly would too.
That is one of the downsides of a low bar. Things like that do take place. Wrist cocks back, and that's it. That's all she wrote.
I know you mentioned low bar. I mean, might be good for the audience to know. Low bar versus high bar. Those are the 2 kind of squats that we'll see, and that's based off of just the bar positioning on the back.
Yes.
So high bar is going to be obviously a lot higher, closer to the neck. It'll allow the lifter to be a little bit more upright. It'll allow them to use a little bit more of their lower extremities, a little bit more of their glutes, quads. Conversely, with low bar, it's lower on the back. You have a decreased hip angle, and so a lot more stress is going to be placed on the hips, the back, the hamstrings. And like you were saying, there's always that risk if you don't have a strong enough shelf, where that bar sits.
Yeah.
If you don't have a strong enough shelf, you're very likely to roll that bar back.
Of course. And with a low bar, you're really pushing it to the extreme.
Right. Andrew Reed, please let that be a clean 3rd attempt, judges. I want to see it,
Ooh.
and we do.
Oh, man.
I was watching platform 2. Unfortunately, Mock does not get his 3rd attempt squat. He did take kind of a big jump
Yeah.
to it.
bit aggressive. On platform 1, we have John Hogan with a 430-pound squat. So
And
far, 2 for 2.
And on platform 2, we're going to have Joshua Stork. Missed his second attempt. I don't quite remember what it was. Probably either depth or just a misgroove. So hopefully he can hit this.
Josh does not make it.
Matthew
Josh doesn't make
Acevedo on 3 blew up that opener.
it. Nice. Love to see it. Let's see what Joshua Stork's got here with 496 pounds.
You
a
guys,
5-plate date.
Yellow Thick Road, Strength Through Cinema is behind me, stretching out my shoulder, and it feels so good. Shout out, Michael.
It's going to be close for Josh. Let's see if
Shout
he's
out,
got
Michael
it.
Gagne, Strength Through Cinema.
Oh, Josh misses it 2 to 1.
Hold on.
Nick is melting right in front of us right now as we
Really,
speak.
I'm turning into a
dissolving
puddle.
into the seat.
I'm losing my words. Hold on. Hey, we got to have a little bit of fun behind the curtain. Come on now. All right, here's Carter Zales on 1, 205
Ooh,
kilos.
that's a good fight.
And then Elijah on 2 is going to round off our opening attempts for our second flight. Give me a warning so I don't look so chubby next time. Goodness gracious. Nah, it's okay. I asked for this belly. Anyway, Matthew Mott on platform 2, 142 and a half. 314. Well, we're going to call it 315. 3-plate date for an opener for Matthew Mott, representing Cross Lex Powerlifting Club. Oh, I think there was, I was listening to meet director Travis Warner, is also the coach of the Cajun Prep powerlifting team. He was saying that we have, I believe, 45 out of the 50 states represented this weekend at
That's
High School
phenomenal.
Nationals.
That is wild.
Lifters from literally all across the country, all corners of the country, converging on Baton Rouge for high school supremacy.
Fun fact also, this is the highest selling high school nationals in USAPL history.
Wow.
There's 850 people signed up for this meet.
Golly.
Love to see it.
Connor Laughlin, platform 3. He is currently forecasted first in the class of 75 people.
Wow,
So
that is
he's
Come
going to
on,
be
Mario.
he's going to be in a big
He's
bloodbath.
opening with 474.
Did I miss what?
Yeah.
He just opened with 474.
Yeah.
He could be crossing the
Oh, some
500
big
mark.
boys here.
Yep.
These are the heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Oh man, we are in for some action today.
I mean, it's really humbling. Like, they're in high school.
That's
He
incredible,
just
dude.
opened with 474.
But not only is he in high school, and not only is he an absolute monster,
That was the first squat of that.
that too. This is his opener. And
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
Kyle Kim's going the exact same route.
Yep.
And it's just getting heavier and heavier.
Yeah.
But folks,
Wow.
you know what's crazy? These guys are 75 kilos in body weight. Not even 160 pounds. Oh, come on.
See the call. He gets
That's
it.
going to be a good lift.
Good stuff. I mean, this is how you know that powerlifting is coming up, when it has access to such raw talent. When you see these freaks showing up into the ranks and performances at these ages, that's how you know it's become more accessible. That people are really getting into this.
I was just telling Adriana earlier. Yes, I want to call you Adriana.
Adriana.
That's what I thought. Okay. But me and Adriana were talking about earlier, these kids are starting young, right? And we even talked last session, you know, some of the best lifters started young, started in high school, and it's really the longevity of it. You know, how long can you stay healthy in this sport? I mean, you can get someone super strong, super fast, but are they going to get hurt later on down the road? Are they, you know, maybe are they going to get burnt out? You never know. But it's the longevity of the sport. We find the best lifters across the board are just in here for longer.
Of course. Well, you have to take a look. I mean, like the best lifters who are out there, like Ashton Rauska got started at young age of like 12 or 13. You know, John Hack, same thing, started off in his teenage years. And
Larry
they're still
Wheels
on
started
sport.
at 12.
Yeah, he did. He also started cycling at 14.
Adrian, platform 3. He's going to finish off the flight with 220 kilos. Guys, 485 pounds for his open.
He's a big bicycling enthusiast.
And Adrian's going to be in the fight, in the bloodbath for the title. He's coming for it all.
Yo.
That is,
Yo.
yeah, monstrous.
Also,
Humbling.
Callie Whitaker, what the heck? If she went any deeper, she'd be in Timbuktu. I said China last time, so I'm just going to say different countries each time. Respect the depth, folks.
Yeah, love to see it. I'm impressed by these squats. Wow. 220 at 75 kg. High school. This is going to be some battle
That's
at
like
the
3
end.
times body weight, no?
Bro, look at the deadlifts. This is going to be incredible. I'm really looking forward to what happens here.
Let's see. I'm trying to look and see what Adrian just put in. We're still getting that update here. Looks like Nolan and Kyle, they put in 235 and 222.5 respectively. Nolan going up 15 kilos to 235. So we will see him out on the platform with 15 kilos heavier than the last one. That's 30 pounds, folks. Actually 33, technically.
That's a big jump. So another thing you find happening is you have bigger jumps in these attempts as the weights get heavier. If you're a 500-pound squat or whatnot, you're typically taking bigger jumps yourself.
Right.
Like me, for example, I'll open up with something like 606. My second attempt may be 660.
All right, cruising on to second attempts already on platform 3. Josh Cho's going to go 418 pounds, representing Cajun Prep powerlifting team, our host for the 2024 USAPL High School National Championship. Here's Kiana on platform 1. Very narrow stance, very
Oh.
close, compact. Oh,
Did she
goodness.
step? Oh, she lost it.
She took a step backwards,
That's
lost
nerves
her
right
balance.
there. You can tell she's nervous. She'll bury it in a second attempt, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Because now she knows she has it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You already come up
Yeah.
with it.
Yep. She B-stand squatted that weight, so she's got it for a second attempt.
Right. All right, Riley Elke on platform 1 from Nina Powerlifting out in Wisconsin. It's going to go 159 pounds. That's 72.5 kilos.
And just a reminder, these lifters on platform 1, they're in the 44 kilo division. Like less than 100 pounds.
That is 88 pounds body weight.
That depth was crazy. And Riley, currently forecasted second, could be in the fight between her, Allie, Kiana, Jasmine.
It's really anybody's game.
Yeah.
And like we said, folks, we're only seeing the forecasted placings at this point, so literally anything could happen. Who knows? There may be some crazy jumps out of nowhere.
Missed
God forbid,
attempts.
but someone might get hurt, and that might affect some things. Something may happen on the platform that affects the timing of the lifts, and that has downstream effects. So it really just depends. We're going to have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, we can kind of see the meet come all together by the time deadlifts start.
Yep.
We see people jockeying for placing.
There's no way to tell right now what's going to happen in the end. There's
Of course.
literally no way.
Yep.
Missed depth calls. You're going to have what you call like jump commands, all kinds of things. Potentially, God forbid, but potentially somebody gets injured, whatever the case happens to be. These are all possibilities we've seen in the past in powerlifting.
Here's John on 3.
John,
Please, that looked borderline. Based off of what the judges have been calling, that looked borderline.
Oh, yeah, I know. I don't
Please
think he
be a
made
good
it.
lift. No, it's not a good lift, unfortunately. And that was a 5-kilo increase.
Yes.
His back is against the wall here.
Yes, it is.
Really against the wall.
I mean, he could send it. If you repeat at 195, he would absolutely get it, just bury it. Send
I
it
would
home.
repeat.
Yeah.
I think I would repeat as well.
I mean, he moved it really well, all things considered.
Yeah, it moved well.
But in this situation, the bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. You just go that much deeper over here to make it happen.
Yeah.
That's right.
And again, it just means more deadlifts.
Now, conversely, let's say we're like, all right, I got to get down this time. We sink it too far, it buries him. He might not bury
Yes.
it buries him.
Which is why you don't want to go any heavier.
That's right.
This is a weight I feel like he'd be able to get.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully we see him repeat that, especially since he is in contention for placing within that top
Yes, I
10,
know.
top 5
It'd be a
spot.
shame to see that happen.
Yeah.
Let's
It's
see if he
really,
gets it.
that's why you never know what's going to happen on game day. Somebody could be stronger than another person. but the platform is completely different.
100%. It comes out like the strategy. There's so much going on behind the scenes that people don't realize.
Listen, once you step on that platform and all the lights, all the music, and everything hits you, it's an experience, ladies and gentlemen. If you've never powerlifted, I would highly recommend it. You're never too old, never too young. But if you ever get to compete and you experience that, I mean, your adrenaline's going crazy, your nerves are everywhere, you're trying to stay focused on the things you have to do on the platform. It's a lot for some of these lifters. It can be a lot.
It is. So John Abdel Messi has indeed chosen to take 195 again for his third attempt. Hopefully he makes it.
We've got Nicholas Katzman on 2, 363 pounds. Pedro Linares on platform 1, representing Nevada Barbell. He is a guest lifter today. Adrian, what's a guest lifter?
So at these national level meets, you have to lift within the weight class that you're elected to. You can change your weight class up to until about 2 weeks out. But if you miss weight, you have to compete as a guest lifter because it would be considered unfair for someone to, you know, move up a weight class and compete within the weight class up. Just
Absolutely.
because someone could be in contention for the title while being at that lower weight class but weighing a little heavier. And it's just considered a little unfair to go up, go down the weight class when the coaches, the lifters, don't see it coming. We want the roster at these national level meets to be solidified within the weight classes by 2 weeks out.
Of course. It happens to the best of us, though. I mean, you see it happening repeatedly against powerlifting, whatever. There are quite a few instances where this happens. Happened some years back, if I research correctly, to Daniela Mello. It happened recently at PA Nats to Gavin Aiden. He found himself, was it 6 pounds overweight? So it happens to everybody, you know. Well, it happens to many people. That's a good lift.
Oh, nope. I'm up. I'm watching Platform 2 exclusively now. Carlos Hernandez with my favorite setup of all time. This kid's a performer, I can tell already. Did he jump the start command? I hope not.
Oh.
Hello?
A little bit of a tough opener.
Okay.
I'm wondering on that start command too. Yellows.
Yep.
Jump the command.
You hate to see it.
And it looked like just barely too.
He put his hand, he's like, dang, that's crazy. The way he put his hand behind his head, he's like, dang, all right, I guess.
I mean, honestly, sometimes if you know that lift was a little close, it might pay off to kind of play it off like, oh, I'm going to make the lift. Like, you look at the lights like, I'm going to make it. Or you celebrate a little bit early. Try to convince the judges.
Oh, I love when that the early celebrations before a missed lift. I mean, you don't see it often. Hopefully, we don't see it here. But when they come across, they're nothing but funny.
Oh, that's my favorite thing to see.
Lee Erickson, very wide stance there, very hip dominant.
Ooh, makes
pretty
it tough
low
to determine
bar.
Depth, though. He got away with it. Yeah.
Yeah, when you get your high bar squatters, you're, a little bit more of a narrow stance. Your knees are pointed more directly in front of you, and so it's a little bit easier to see how far you're traveling down, and that hip crease is a lot more visible. When you're relying on a wider stance, have to rely on your hips and your lower back for that depth. It's going to be a little hard because not only are you essentially squatting against a straight line, because it is a straight line from your knees to your hips, but oh dang, I lost the second thing I was going to say.
There's a whole lot taking place within the hips themselves, the labra and all that kind of stuff, the insertions and the angles. So 2 people who come to mind who actually do this very well still affect depth without any issues.
David Wilson.
And a second person also,
Sean Noriega.
Okay. Ashton Rauska.
Yeah, Ashton does have a pretty wide stance, doesn't he?
He dunks it. Much to his credit. His adductors must be as big as his biceps.
Now I'll say this.
Huge.
Ash is a freak.
Yes.
A literal genetic mutant.
Yep.
But, kind of like we were talking about earlier, different strokes, different folks.
Yeah.
Here's Heidi Herbert.
Let's see what she's got here.
It moved well, but wasn't low enough. And good grab by the spotters for Connor.
She got it.
Ooh, for Connor, he missed that, right?
He did. That was on weight, on strength.
That's a pivotal miss.
And Connor was one of our ones that's got one of our highest.
He's forecasted first right now.
Really?
Yeah. So if he ends up, I mean, I imagine he's going to repeat that way. If he comes back on his third and misses that again, that really leaves a ton of kilos on the table for some of his competitors to come from
Yes.
behind.
Honestly, I hope he does that. I think he realized coming into this that he was in contention for first place. And looking at his opener, which I actually remember, like we had a test reaction to, it was decidedly heavy for an opener. I don't
I
know
thought
if he's
so
going to be
too.
able to rebound in the third attempt over here. If I was him right now, I'd probably scratch this attempt and move on. You know,
Okay.
see if he can salvage the day. Maybe reconsider deadlift openers. I don't know whether he had a tough cut or what the case happens to be, but clearly there's an issue there.
Oh,
Right.
you know what? Actually, this is Connor right now.
So then
I believe
who
that was
that
the
just before
last
Connor?
lifter who missed it. It was,
Oh, that was Carter Belair.
Carter Belair.
Belair,
Carter
right, yes.
Belair.
Excuse us, Connor. We meant Carter.
Carter, yes, yes.
Now, Connor is going up to 222 and a half. Carter Belair, right before that, missed at 485.
Yes.
So here's Connor on platform 3.
Gaining some pivotal kilos here.
Heaviest squats of the session so far.
Okay. It looked good. It looked like a good second. Oh,
I knew it. I knew it.
We're
you
going to
looked
see that
at
a
me
lot here.
and I was like, oh.
So what we do is before each attempt, we all kind of look at each other and we're like, and Yuli and Adriana were both like, oh yeah, and I'm like,
It was close. He missed it on depth.
It looked like he had
it was close though. I mean, it was.
Yeah, it was really
couldn't
close.
be closer.
It was really close.
Yeah.
And like we said, those kilos are pivotal.
Yes.
Pivotal. Because now you've got lifters like Kyle. Kyle coming up on platform 3.
And then
all
you
of these
got-
lifters like down to,
I mean, Adrian and Nolan. I mean, they're
yeah.
coming fast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, right now, Adrian's now. Oh wait, no, that's just on openers.
It's a tight heat though. If you
It's
take a
just
look at the attempts
forecasted,
over here,
yeah, but-
bench press versus squats, whatnot. This is gonna be a battle here. It's like a 4-way battle we're looking at right now.
It's going to be tight.
It's gonna be entertaining.
It's always the 75s and the 82s that have the most battles. I'm
Yeah.
such a
That's
fan of that. That's just because there's more of them. 75, 82 and a half, and 90 are the most like populated weight classes.
Yes.
And there's a steep decline up to 100, 110.
Yeah.
Chris
Connell, 2 white lights.
Platform 1, Kiana missed her opener, and I remember this one. It was, she came up with it, and it was a little tough, and then
She had to step back.
yep, she took a step back, and she needs to make this. There's also a little bit of a battle going on in the 44s. It's not as deep as the 75s, but Kiana...
It's not that deep.
Yeah, it's not that deep. But Kiana could be in contention for a podium finish, potentially for first place, but she has to make this lift.
Also want to say here, Kyle missed 222 and a half. So far, everyone's still on the same playing field.
Oh, yeah, right.
Come
But
on,
now-
Kiana.
But now Adrian...
On the board.
Adrian, platform 3, 232.5 kilos. What is that? 512
That
pounds?
is officially our first 500-pound squat of the day.
And like you said,
Wow.
all of his
Wow.
competitors, or a lot of them, missed their second attempt.
I'm going to say right now, if Nolan hits this, it might be a little bit of a closer battle between Adrian and Nolan for first, but then we've got Connor and Kyle running for second right after.
See what happens. There's a whole lot of lifting left.
Absolutely.
Bench press, I think, is going to be the deciding factor because we're looking at Nolan open very heavy on squats, but there's like a 20-kilogram discrepancy when it comes to bench press between him and the others.
Okay.
So Nolan's what we would say a squat specialist.
Yes.
Essentially.
That's my boy.
Yeah, this is a big squat for him.
Subtotal
235 kilos.
Ooh, that's an awkward walkout right there. I hope he gets it.
Come on, Nolan. Find it.
Dunked it. Oh
Wow.
my goodness. Wow.
That looked like a good second.
That was a
Yeah.
beautiful second attempt a la Ray
Excellent.
Williams. Ray Williams has probably the shakiest on-racks I have ever seen in my life, but then dunks it. Come on now. Nolan Daniel, beautiful
job.
show.
Jasmine on platform 1 in that 44-kilo battle for the podium, possibly first place, 82.5 kilos, just a bit under 2 times body weight.
I don't know if that's
Jasmine
depth.
Brizeau.
No.
Oh, wow,
Oh.
2-1.
Okay,
All right, we'll take
Now,
it. We'll take it.
it was close.
Yeah, I know.
I might be a little bit biased here. I think there might be some...
I mean, the judges do have to give the benefit of the doubt to the lifter.
Yes.
So if anything blocks the way, a spotter gets in the way, you
That's
just
true.
miss the lift.
That's important too.
You're not
Yep.
sure. If you're not 100% sure, you cannot give the red light. You have to give the benefit of doubt to the lifter.
Platform 3, John Abdel Messi.
Oh, facing bomb out.
Let's see if he gets this. Let's see if he gets this. He's making a wise move, repeating the attempt. I hope he's got this.
Hope he's got it too.
Just send it home. Send it home. Just stand up with the weight, man.
Ali
see-
on platform 1. Forecasted first as of now for the 44 kilo class.
Come on, John.
Oh, it was
Unfortunately,
unfortunately.
confident walkout. Good depth. There we go.
You
Where was
can't
this in the first?
come on
In the
now.
opener?
Let's see.
He's absolutely got it.
Boom.
Yeah, boom. Good. He is in the game.
Yep.
Yes.
In the meat.
Love to see
Hey,
it.
good sportsmanship there. Giving a handshake to all the referees after what was arguably a very tough squat session for him.
You love to see it, man. That kind of maturity is a great thing. It's a great reflection on the sport.
You don't
and
even
the
see that in the
coaches.
open classes.
Yeah.
You don't even see that in the masters classes. The fact that these kids have the etiquette, the courtesy to reach out to the referees, thank them for all their hard work.
No, it's awesome to see, man.
So knowing me, if I missed that attempt, I'd be storming off. But no, excellent, excellent job. Now time to regroup for bench and dead. We're on the board.
Let's see what we have here. Boom.
Pedro Linares on platform 1, 132.5. No knee sleeves, no wrist wraps. No problem.
Oh, what a grind on platform 3 from Asher.
Very close stance. That's a good lift.
Wow.
Yep, good lift.
Josh Rachu on platform 3 is going for 195 kg, a 430-pound squat.
Yo, we're getting up there.
Oh, yeah. We are climbing. We're already in the 500s. I'm curious to see where deadlifts end.
Got to be in the 6s. Do we? What's the heaviest opener for deadlifts we have? Does that say 260?
Yes.
Dog.
Wow, dude.
Dog. For
So-
those of you that don't
that
know,
is from Connor Laughlin, so he will likely have the last say. And I imagine he's going to pull for the win, no matter what.
and 260 is upwards like 560, 570. Not a big jump from 600. We're absolutely going to see it loaded today.
I think so. Wow.
Andrew Chen, what a way out of the hole there. Good grab for Josh Cho. We've got Dash title coming up on platform 1, 75 kilo weight class.
Elijah Sorensen on platform 3, 435 pounds. Some big lifts today, 75 kg.
And again, folks, these, like you said, this is a 75 kilogram weight class. So these folks are just barely 160 pounds, just barely. And to be able to put up, mid 4s, 500s on squat, we're talking double, almost triple body weight here, folks.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead, we're going to have 3 third attempt squats
Probably
over
high-
500 pounds.
Yes.
One of them over 550 pounds. That's going to be fun to see.
Elijah Sorensen makes his way up. 197.5. Looks like a good lift to me, and is.
Nice, good job by him. Eden Sai, 463 pounds.
So he missed that second attempt, Eden did. Missed his second attempt, 207, went up 2.5 to 210. Bold
see.
strategy. Nicholas Katzman on 1, representing Whitehall Powerlifting. He had a ton of lifters yesterday. They have a big old team. He's going 170 kilos, and
Very
Simon
narrow
Brown
stance.
on 1.
Ooh, dunks it.
Ooh.
He's probably got 2.5 keys at most for his third.
I would
I
assume so as
agree.
well. The issue with a narrow stance like that, in fact, the upside first is the fact you get that much more out of your pop out of the hole with a static stretch reflex. The downside is what happens is you lose back tension in the upper back.
Yep.
So that's where you typically tend to fail, towards the latter portion of the movement.
Eden Sai. It's going to be out to.
Oh,
Yep.
just not there. 1 for 3 on squats for Eden Sai.
So far, knock on wood, no. Wait, I'm not even going to say that again. Scroll up a little bit. Okay, so far nobody has bombed out. I said that last time and I was very wrong. So thus far nobody has quote unquote bombed out. Nobody's been disqualified. We've still got one more attempt. So yeah, and then we're almost done with our squat coverage, and we take a 10-minute break while we get set up for the bench press. Sam Volkman, Nina powerlifting product with 177.5. That's a good lift. Carlos Hernandez, are we on the board now? We are. 3 white lights.
Ethan Tran, 212.5 for his third attempt. He is in that battle for the 75 kilo title. Can he go 3 for 3?
Come on, Ethan.
Ooh.
Wow. That's going to play a huge role later down the road.
In these battles, I think.
Oh, no, he didn't get it. 2 to 1 on depth. Wow.
No lift.
Wow.
He still goes 3 for 3, and he only took a 5 kilo jump, so that's kind of one of those situations where you've just got to move on.
Yep.
You just got to move on to the bench press.
Braden Thatcher, 2-1, that's a good lift. With only a 2.5 kilo jump and it moved like that, I think he's probably got a little bit more in the tank there.
Heidi, 55 kilos on platform 1. Oh. It was easy. Let's see the depth. Yeah.
2-1.
2-1, no lift.
That was close. You have the option to contest it.
Yeah.
Here's Connor Fields on 3, 215 kilos.
Ooh.
Good work for the spotters for waiting.
I'm going to say, shout out to that back spotter especially. He was on it.
Yeah, and especially waiting to see if he could grind it out. You've seen spotters take the lift early, take it away. Also, wanted to shout out.
I'm sorry, I have to pause you. Jillian Riley, she missed that lift, unfortunately, but when the spotters grabbed the weight, they picked her up with the bar.
Hey.
I saw him at the airport, and I was like, oh, is that one of the lifters?
We got a sustenance run. All right, Carter Belair. We did miss 220, so we're going to go for that again. This is still 485 pounds, ladies and germs.
Yeah, big lifts here. I mean, so close to 500 pounds, and we're going to see a couple over 500 on platform 3. Oh, Kira Duel, good catch from the spotters.
All right, Callie Whitaker on platform 1. I think that was that a no lift for Connor, Carter Belair?
No, he got it.
Oh, nice.
And he had a good celebration.
Folks, we're getting to the heavy stuff now. Aiden Calkins on platform 3, 485, and then right behind, something silly. Was that a good lift for Callie? It was.
Yeah,
How do we feel about the cucumber lime Gatorade?
it's not good.
Oh, wow.
Heresy.
Is that a good flavor? You like the cucumber lime?
I love it. It's my favorite. I swear by this. I think this is performance enhancing, to be honest.
Oh, shoot.
All right, I've actually never tried it, so fun fact, you're going to get a
It's not
live
good.
taste review
Ooh, let's see
from
what happens here.
the Sip Daddy of the Sip Squad. I haven't done a Sip Squad review in a while. Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Getting a live reaction from Nick here.
I'm gonna hand mine over to Strength Through Cinema if he wants to take it. It was not good. It's
And
not
what's his
good.
reaction? It's a complex flavor.
So bad. It's
To
weird.
be honest,
it's weird.
the lime saves it.
Yeah, the lime
Because it was
saves
just
it.
cucumber, oh, I'd be crying. But the lime kind of saves it a little bit.
Do you not like cucumber water? What is this?
Cucumber water, come on now. What, are we healthy? A bottle of my finest green.
Now,
right.
Connor, platform 3, missed his second attempt. And I believe it was on depth. It wasn't a strength issue. Connor is leading the way in terms of forecasted total.
I think it's because of that big old deadlift opener.
Yeah.
Huge.
I think so too. But he needs this lift. He needs these extra 7.5 kilos.
Come on, Connor.
Ooh, Jaden, can he come out of the hole? Yes, he can.
Oh,
my
what
God.
a grind on
gosh.
platform
Wow.
2.
You want to talk about straight up pausing
Does
all
he
the
get
way
it?
up?
Yes,
That's a
3
good
white
lift.
lights.
Woo!
Way to
Come
be.
on, baby.
Wow. Did not leave an ounce on the platform.
Man, that's what powerlifting is all about, man.
Yeah, I'd love to
Right.
see it.
Gotta love this stuff.
Riley, platform 1, in that 44 kilo battle, ends the day 3 for 3 in the squats, 80 kilos,
Where's she projected?
second.
Nice.
And it's close. It's going to be tight
It's only
between
7.5
her.
kilos so far.
It's going to be tight between her and Allie and Jasmine.
Connor Laughlin.
Speaking of Jasmine, she's coming up to 85 kilos.
Connor's repeating his attempt at 222.5
Yeah,
kilograms.
Connor needs this.
490 pounds. Let's see if he's got it in him.
Oh, Christopher, unfortunately, no lift. Platform 2.
He's setting up here. Getting ready to unrack. Solid walkout. Jasmine.
Oh, gets the lift. I
Got
thought it
the
was
lift.
close on depth, but she gets it.
Connor gets ready. Strong descent. Good depth
Come
over here.
on.
Oh,
Depth looked good.
great
It
finish.
looked good to
Listen,
me. Let's
That's
see.
a good lift. And sure enough, it is a good lift.
Listen, you can't go out like that in
Yeah.
the Team USA singlet and not hit your third attempt. Come on. What a clean run.
Wow.
Excellent job
Great
there
lift.
from Connor McLaughlin. He solidifies that 222. It's going to make a fun game.
Ali, platform 1, leading the way so far in the 44 kilo battle. She missed her second attempt and it looked like strength. She needs these 5 kilos to stay within
Come
that battle.
on.
She
Lost
is,
positioning.
She is still going to lead the way, but now that kind of opens the door
Yep.
for the other couple
Yep.
lifters.
And we never know. I mean, Riley might be a deadlift specialist.
Of course.
So we never know. We're going to see the action unfold. Platform 3, Kyle Kim's going to add 2.5 keys to his missed attempt.
Let's see if he gets
for
it.
496 pounds, just a hair shy of 5. Come
That's a
on.
little bit high. Go either way.
I don't know if depth's going to be there.
I thought it was good.
And it is.
It's a good lift.
It's a
Wow.
good lift. You got
Way
it.
to go.
Good for him.
Way to come back from that missed second.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Monstrous. Matthew Acevedo with 230 kilograms, 507 pounds loaded on the bar.
Oh, I love his competition singlet. It's like shiny gold.
Walking up
That's
platform
hard.
1, we have Robbie Murray, and he gets it.
Same with Ricardo Navedo on
Yes,
2.
2 to 1.
And now,
Matthew.
Acevedo.
Again, I feel like I'm a broken record saying it over and over, but the 75 kilo battle is just so stacked. Matthew is another one of those lifters in contention for the title.
So let's see what he's got. Matthew
He made a big
Acevedo.
jump too, 12.5 kilos.
We're into
aggressive.
the 5s now, 507.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, my
It
goodness.
looked like a second attempt. See what the judges
wow.
say.
That's good. That has to be good.
It's good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
And wait, go Matthew.
Yeah.
Honestly,
That was
for
crazy.
jumping 12.5 kilos, over 500 pounds, and to handle it with ease.
Whatever
It's
creases.
so funny because you go to these higher level meets. You know, you go to the open, collegiate, maybe even some masters meets. You see kind of the same play calling across the board. Rarely ever do you see people miss and then go up. I've seen that way more in this meet especially than my entire lifting career.
I think it may have something to do with also, I guess, just the kind of coaching that's out here and the kind of like lifting that people do. With equipped lifting, you're more likely to see that happening. And I think there's a whole lot of overlap between who's lifting raw right now and the coaches who deal with it.
That's true.
That's
See,
what I was saying.
that's a wonderful insight. Adrian not able to find his way up. That's going to be a no lift. That shakes some things up, ladies and gents.
Yes, it does. Wow.
Because Adrian right now just dropped to oh no, Connor's still ahead. Never mind, he's been in second.
But they're
Nolan
tight.
Daniel, 556 pounds.
7.5 kilos spread there from
Wow.
Connor to Aiden. Where's my boy Nolan at?
Dude,
Nolan Daniel,
dude.
he's sitting at 6th right now, unfortunately.
But he's a little bit of a squat specialist here. 252.5 kilos.
Yes, his bench press is what holds him back. If memory serves correctly, I think he's 102.5 or something. for
Yes,
bench.
yeah. His bench holds him back low, but
That's
this
my
is
boy,
still,
just like me.
this is a phenomenal squat.
It is for 75.
556 pounds
At his
for a
age?
75 kilo lifter.
Ooh, he
Oh
just
my-
got that
he's
start
a big
command.
boy.
Find your way.
Oh, goodness.
Just
Oh,
too much.
So close.
That was
made-
a run and a half.
Yeah.
We kind of see that when these lifters make these huge jumps. I mean, he jumped 17.5 kilos. It's very risky because
Especially if that's not something you've hit in the gym before.
Exactly.
Or jumps that you're used to making.
yeah, and he only jumped 15 from his from his first to second attempt. So jumping 17.5.
That's aggressive. I think he would have had a 15 kg jump. The 17.5 is what put him over the threshold. That's what
Yeah,
held him
it was
back.
right
He was
there
at the turning
too.
point.
It was right there. That's kind of the thing with these huge jumps from second to third. You are taking that risk of potentially leaving all of those
Yes.
kilos on the table. I mean,
Yes.
I imagine if he jumped 10, 12.5, 15, he could have got it. Now he's missing out on all of that
All that's
by jumping
lost.
17.5.
I think there's a time and place for deadlifts because the name of the game for deadlifts, for the most part, particularly if you're a conventional deadlifter, is to remain fresh enough to be able to hit that third lift. So you want to take like a small jump between first and second. Second is like a primer. Second to third is like actually where you're making things happen. Squats, it's not necessarily the case. If you all of a sudden are faced with that much disproportionately heavier load on your back, it's going to throw you off.
100%.
And you kind of see it here. I think it was there. Positioning was lost just a little bit. Something felt amiss, and that's all it takes to end the lift.
All right. Well, folks, that's going to be all of our coverage for the squat on platform 3. We're going to take a 10-minute break as we get finished set up for the bench press. Let's see what time we got. It is 2:30 in the afternoon, well past lunchtime. Y'all should have been eating already, but don't want to get too full before dinner. Go and grab you probably a bag of Doritos. Stay hydrated. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Sit back and relax. test 1, 2. Ladies and gents, we're back for bench press on all 3 platforms. Platform 2 is just getting started. We're getting them opened up. Hey, welcome back, friends. All right, so we've got the bench press going on. This is our second lift of the day. What do we want to talk about first? Do we want to get into, well, actually, wait. We're not going to talk about nothing. We've got a new co-host. Who are you?
Hi guys, my name is Kevin Serrano. I am competing next week at Collegiate Nationals, and I'm here handling and commentating at High School Nationals.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just doing the business of powerlifting. Just having fun.
Too many hats.
Oh, yeah. Most of the people that are truly involved wear like 6 or 7 different hats. It's pretty funny. But yeah, so we're getting into the bench press. Adriana, talk to us a little bit about what the commands are and just what the commands are.
So in the bench press, you've got 3 commands: start, press, and rack. And that's kind of what makes bench the most technical lift or most complicated lift out of the 3, just because there's a lot you have to look for. There's a lot going on. As Carson just displayed on platform 2, you got to wait for the start command, wait for the press command at the chest once the bar is motionless, and then once you lock out the bar or lock out the lift, you've got to wait for the rack command as well.
Yep. And so, Kevin, you're competing. As a competitor, what are some of the things that you try to focus on when going into the bench press?
One of the main things that I try to focus on in the bench press really is a lot of the technicalities that would disqualify a lift. For example, there's several standards that you have to hold when doing the bench press, such as your feet remaining flat on the ground, your butt staying in contact with the bench, and making sure that you're pausing and training to the standard, right? So as long as I'm focusing on those 3 things, I know that if the strength is there, I'm going to get the lift.
Absolutely. And we're going to take y'all down to the action on each of the platforms. So platform 1, just to catch y'all up to date, we're actually well into our opening attempts on platforms 1 and 3, but we are just starting on platform 2. We've got Andrew Reed with 102.5 kilos, 225 pounds on platform 1. Platform 2, Lucas Miller is going to take the same weight. Actually, I believe that was a good lift. Now we're on to Hayden Hopkins, 237 pounds. And then on platform 3, we've got Tyvon Nichols. He's going to go 259 pounds. That's 117.5 kilos. Once again, folks, everyone or all of our men competing today are in the 75 kilo weight class. So everyone on every platform is competing against each other, which makes it super, super interesting in terms of the different battles we can see, the different jockeying for placings as we get down to deadlift.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, the 75 kilo division has 75 lifters in it.
Wow.
So it's going to be, it's a deep class. It's going to be a big battle. And we're going to see it unfold here.
So far, we've had, I believe we've only had 3 folks bomb out thus far today. No one in this session so far, knock on wood. Let's see, it looks like a good lift on platform 3 for Alexander. Moving on next to Charles Kim, 281 pounds.
It's a big opener on platform 3, 281 pounds.
Shoo. You're quiet, Kevin. No, I'm kidding. All right, so like we were talking about with the squat and, kind of same but different, we're going to see a whole lot of different styles on the platform, right? We're going to see different grip widths. We're going to see high arches, low arches, soft touches, sinks. We're going to see feet wide, feet narrow. What are, I guess, Kevin, question for you, what are some of the advantages or disadvantages of wide grip versus close grip?
When you think about the bench press, right, and really any lift, if you can decrease the range of motion, the distance the bar has to travel on a given lift, that's going to expend less energy. So if you have lifters using a max grip, which is their index fingers wrapped over the bar, over the ring on the bar, that's going to create a short range of motion for the lift, meaning that the lifter has to expend less energy getting the lift from point A to point B. So that can be very efficient for a lifter, or if lifters have a closer grip, that just means that they would have stronger triceps or just utilize different muscles to get the lift up.
Right. And you can kind of start to see once we get into the end of our openers and into our second attempts, you can start to see like how those different grip widths are going to come into play. You know, oftentimes folks with a little bit of a closer grip are pretty strong off the chest, but they have a hard time finding their way through lockout when it gets heavy. Conversely, for wide grip, you've got pretty tough time getting off the chest, but once you go, all it takes is a quick lockout. That was a good lift on platform 1. Coming up next, Mario Khalil, 242 pounds. Anthony Nichols on platform 2 is going for 242, and that was a good lift for Ezekiel on 3.
We're starting our second attempts on platform 3 with Porter Mounty, 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds.
And now Anthony Nichols on 2. Did he? I think he made it, didn't he? He
Yep.
made his opener attempt. Okay, that's what I thought.
And hopefully he's going to have a better meet going forward. He only got 1 squat. So typically when that happens, it's really great to see lifters come back, hit 3 for 3 in the bench, 3 for 3 in the deadlift, end off the day strong.
That's right.
And sometimes it takes adjustments, like lowering your opener, just taking attempts that you know are going to be there versus kind of reaching for third attempts.
And not only that, but you get this experience this young, right?
Yeah,
These are
for
high
sure.
school level lifters. These kids are like 12, 13, 14 years old. Oldest is probably 16, 17. And y'all probably got a little bit earlier start on lifting than I did, but to be able to experience that and to be able to kind of learn a little bit more about yourself and how you progress through a meet, how you come back from that failure. It doesn't necessarily just involve powerlifting. You know, that's something you take with you.
Of course.
Carter Zaws on platform 1. Wider grip, a little bit of a higher arch. How do we feel about arches, friends?
Love it. It's fine.
Yep, I think it's a great way to utilize your entire body to be able to get the lift up.
I think Instagram comments will disagree with you.
Agree.
I mean, arching is, there's no, within the USAPL, there's no rule on arching. You can arch as much as you want. And some lifters, even if they, like, especially we see this with some lighter weight females, even if they try to have a flat back, there's still going to be a natural arch. It just depends really on the lifter's anatomy. Maybe they have a sports background in like gymnastics or something like that, where they're just naturally more flexible than other people. And I mean, powerlifting's about lifting the most weight that you possibly can within the rules.
And the main thing to understand is that the USAPL sets a rule book. It says rules and specifications to perform the lift. So all these lifters are working within the constraints of those rules. So whether Instagram comments are saying this bench is cheating, this is not cheating, or whatever the case may be, all the lifters, as long as they're getting white lights, are performing within the rules specified by the federation. So
That's right. There's no rule against, at least in this federation, there's no rule against limiting your range of motion through arching.
Oh, a big fight on platform 3 from Ryan.
Now, Ryan Lee, we got a little bit of a tougher second attempt there. It looks like he went 2.5 kilos up. Do you think he's got another 2.5 in him?
I wouldn't be mad if he scratched.
Okay.
I honestly wouldn't.
What's scratching?
scratching is when a lifter opts into not taking their attempt, whether it be for not wanting to expend any more energy as they move into the deadlifts, or just knowing that they don't have any more left in the tank in them for the third attempt.
Ooh, Mock on platform 2, a fellow representative of the Smiley Face Gang. He's going to go 122 and a half, 270 pounds for an opener. Goodness me. Matt Nelson with a beautiful dismount on 1.
Look good to me. And he took a 12.5 kilo jump. That's pretty sizable.
On bench, for sure.
On bench.
Generally, you see anywhere from 2.5, 5, even 7's pushing it a little bit, but 12 and a half.
Yeah, 12.5. He handled it well. It was a little tough, but it wasn't an all-out grinder. I think he's got a little more in the tank.
And that might be something he's used to, right? He may be used to taking those big jumps in the gym. Maybe he does go, you know, plate, top set. We have no idea of knowing. We just see what's on the platform.
And when talking about general strategy going into your opener, second, and third, what is the general progression in terms of your attempt selection and jumps you make?
Yeah, definitely. Phenomenal question. When you're at least opening, in my opinion, you got to get on the board first. No matter what, you've got to get on the board no matter what. It is crucial that we make our openers. We want to be sure that it's not light, of course. We want to be sure that it's something we know that we can hit even on a rough feeling day, right? Good rule of thumb that I've heard a lot of coaches use, and it's pretty good. Good rule of thumb is something you can triple, right? Something you can hit for a triple at 8, 8.5 is probably a good start for your opener. Now, when we get into the strategy a little bit, going into second and thirds, it's a lot more dependent on the lifter, right? You've got lifters that can go larger jumps, so say 5, 7.5, maybe 10 kilos into their seconds and do a small, tiny jump to the third. Conversely, you could have small jump from first to second and then go for it on your thirds. Bench press generally isn't one of the lifts that, well, actually, it's not a lift that adds too much to the total, but it absolutely can make or break the total and can affect placings very heavily. And then with thirds, sorry to answer your question, with thirds, I mean, it's a party no matter what. It also depends, if you're going for placing as well, because not only does that add a little bit of extra pressure to the lifter, but it kind of adds a different energy to the building, right? It gets everyone up and going, the adrenaline's pumping, and I think that's what makes powerlifting awesome.
Oh, big grind on platform 3.
Now, in terms of, let's say we overshot our second attempt, right? I'd have to have a very serious conversation. I mean, it's got to be like 30 seconds long because you have a minute to input your next attempt. But a very fast conversation. If they're not feeling absolutely great after that, I might scratch that for his third. That was way too tough, and we've still got a whole 3 reps of deadlift left.
Right. I mean, if you know that you're not going to get that minimum jump you have to take 2.5 kilos, it might just be worth not coming out to take it or timing out. Because if you know you're not going to have it, you go out, put in the fight, you're going to waste that energy that you could use on your deadlifts.
We got Matthew on platform 2, 92.5 kilos, 203 pounds.
Daniel Orellana with very much the best hair of the meet so far. My gosh, I can respect it. The flow is flowing, sir. Matt Hernandez on 2. Another big grind there.
On his second attempt.
It's going to be very interesting to see what these folks put in for their thirds. Are they going to scratch? Will they go 2.5 kilos? I mean, we were proven way wrong on squats. I mean, some
and we
folks
love being proven wrong, of course.
Miss, 30-kilo jump. Hey. We're behind the curtain. The refs are on the platform. 2 different views.
Again, that's why we have 3 referees positioned across the platform, because one from a certain angle can't see everything that's going on the platform, so we can only see what's on camera.
Right. We don't even really get a good angle from the front judge's view. We're kind of going from a little bit lower, so things that may look like depth may not actually be. Also important to note, like we said in the last for squats, all of these referees are national level referees. Category 1, Category 2, which allows them to preside over world records. And they've been here for a while. A lot of them have been here for decades, like we were talking about, so they know what to look for. And at the end of the day, there's always a jury.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's always a jury.
Yeah, and we were kind of talking about this in session 1, that some of these lifters, they might be self-handling, or they might have coaches that are their parents. These are high school level lifters. They might not know about the jury. So I'm always watching these meets, especially at the high school collegiate level, and you see a lift, it's a little contentious, depth was close, and I'm always thinking, go to jury, but sometimes it just doesn't happen.
I mean, we saw that at nationals. I mean, there were so many folks that I saw that could have very easily contested with the jury, and most of them just don't even know about it.
Maddox with a fast 297-pound second attempt.
That was a no lift, it looked like.
Oh.
I wonder if he made
It might have been his butt raising.
Either that, or he might have missed a command somewhere.
We got Charles Kim attempting the same weight, 297 pounds, on platform 3.
Lucas Miller getting set up on 2. 5-kilo jump to 237 pounds. Andrew Reed on 1 with 242 pounds.
Oh, big grind
Very
on
s-
platform
show.
2. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1.
It's a good lift for Lucas Miller.
Yep, so the head referee definitely saw that right arm kind of a little bit soft. He locked out at the very last second.
It was close.
It was very, very
It was
close.
close.
Yep.
And that's one of those things where we do have that view from the front, from where the chief referee is. And sometimes when the elbows are so close like that, like kind of on the border of being soft, it can be tough to see as a side referee.
Exactly. And like you were saying earlier, when you are refereeing, maybe the spotter's in the way, maybe the body's just camouflaged and you can't see, you do have to give deference to the lifter.
Yes.
Because, like you said earlier, the referees aren't out there to try and give you bad lifts. They want you to succeed. They want you to go 9 for 9, but within the rule set, that's provided.
Yeah, we have to hold up the standard.
Very strong second attempt on platform 3 for Ezekiel, 303 pounds.
That was
It's a good lift.
clean.
Yeah, and Ezekiel is kind of within the fight for the top 10 in the 75-kilo class. And what's interesting is that he's going to be in the first flight, whereas lifters like Connor, Adrian are going to be in that second flight. So he could be in the fight for the top 10, top 5, but he's going to have to finish his day first.
And that puts you at a disadvantage because when we move on to the deadlifts, especially on the third attempts, you start seeing people jockeying for position, trying to see what their opponents are making to try to outbeat them on the total, whether it's by 2.5 kilos or matching their totals and winning on body weight. So if you are on the first flight, you finish your meet without having a response, without being able to challenge any of the totals that are being put up by the lifters on second flight.
Right. Oh, platform 3. It's not going to go there for Josh Salov. We're on to third attempts, folks.
Yeah, similar story on platform 2 with Luke. And it's always tough when you miss a second attempt and it's seemingly on strength. That kind of puts your back against the wall. You've only got your opener. But what I always say is, at least you've got your opener. You're not at risk of bonding out.
You're on the board.
Yeah.
And again, it could be something technical, something you can fix going into the third attempt. So we'll see what the coaches end up deciding.
Exactly. We've got Leo Evans on 1. Bar's getting loaded with 259. Porter Monty's going to take his last bench at 110 kilos, 242 pounds. Josh Stork on platform 2 needs help from the spotters. So does Porter. Oh, man, what a grind there. And a lot of times you're going to find that sticking point in the transition from primarily utilizing your chest and your lats to your shoulders and your triceps. And a lot of times that transition is kind of determined by the grip as well. Wide grippers, like we said, are going to have a little bit better time at lockout, hard off the chest. Close grippers, they're going to find that sticking point a lot higher. That was a clean second attempt from Leo Evans, only 7.5 kilos up. Now it is time to get right.
Yeah, it's time to lock in. I mean, Anthony Nichols, platform 2, hopefully breaking the trend. I mean, 2 lifters before him have hit 110 on their opener, missed 115. Anthony's looking to change that here.
3 times the charm here. Anthony Nichols.
Oh, it's a fight.
Uneven lockout, but let's see what the referees say. 3 whites.
So, Kevin, tell us a little about what happened there. Why was that given 3 whites?
So, according to the rule book, once you receive the press command, the bar can only travel upwards. Even though the lifter locked out the bar unevenly, the bar never went down. The entirety of the bar never went down, so that is a good lift, so long as his butt stayed in contact with the bench and his feet stayed flat on the ground.
Yep, like we said in the last session, messy doesn't always have to be perfect, but as long as it counts.
Yeah, we've just got to uphold the standard. I mean, I've seen lifters where a good example is squat, where some lifters have significant knee cave. And there's all the Instagram comments saying, "Oh, this is
Knee valgus is bad.
yeah," but there's no rule on it, so your squat could look really ugly.
Very good grind by
still
Hayden
get
on
the
platform
lift.
1.
I'll say, speaking of shaky,
Yeah, 3 white lights.
Whites.
would be very hesitant to let him take his third attempt. That was very solid grind there. Was that a good lift on 3? No, unfortunately, it was not a good lift on 3 for Ryan Lee.
And on platform 3, we are on the third attempt bench press. And that is statistically the most missed lift.
Yep.
And we kind of have seen, if you're following along on LiftingCast, platform 3, 5 misses in a row so far. Hopefully, the next lifter can turn that around. Matt Wicks getting set up with 117.5 kilos, just a stitch under 260 pounds.
Ooh, Cruz on platform 2. Again, another heavy second attempt there.
But
He may have another 2.5, maybe.
we got John on platform 1 with a second attempt of 308 pounds.
Wow. They're getting close to that 315-pound milestone.
Again, folks, 75-kilo weight class, barely 160 pounds.
Well, John got a good lift for his second attempt.
Oh,
We're
good.
moving on into thirds.
Nice, okay. Matt Nelson, 214 pounds, gonna start us off. All right, Charlie Poland coming up for his third. The excitement is there. He's getting himself hyped. He needs all the energy that he can get for this last bench attempt here. This is 264 pounds for Charlie Poling in the men's 75-kilo weight class. Now, if you're watching the screen, ladies and gentlemen, actually, wait. Oh, man. He's right at that sticking point as well. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders. Now, if you're looking on the screen here, you notice that there's someone in the back that's giving the bar to the lifter. Adrian, can you tell us a little bit about what the back spotter does in regards to bench press?
Sure. So there is a person designated to give liftoffs to the lifters. So you see that a lot of times where lifters, it's kind of a little difficult to get that bar up and in the position you want to start the lift. And typically in training, they take handoffs from their coach or their friend, someone in the gym. And in USA Powerlifting, we do not allow your coach to give you the liftoff. We have a designated person. That way it's fair across the board. Everyone's getting the same treatment. But yeah, we can see this demonstrated on platform 2. There's a spotter there who's gonna give a liftoff to Mac, and he's gonna run away after he gives that liftoff so that he's not delayed in getting that start command.
Exactly. We did see that in the last session. The head spotter kind of guided the bar down, and that did affect the lifter a little bit.
Yeah, I think he got relift. I don't quite remember.
He did. Mm-hmm. Here's Mock, platform 2.
Missed his opener, trying to rally back here.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Come on.
I don't know what happened on his opener, but yep, that's a good lift.
I think we thought he jumped the command. That's what it was.
Right.
Yeah. Another thing about back spotters, too, I mean, lift-off humans, I guess you would call them. Designated lift-off people. They're giving lift-offs to likely the entire flight. Right, that's 12 to 14 people. Chances are when you get back up to the plate, they're not going to remember you. They're not going to remember how exactly you want that lift off. So it's important to explain things super, super quickly and in a clear and concise manner. So one thing I do with my lifters is, hey, give me a 5 to 7 second spiel about how you want your lift off. Mm-hmm. No longer than that, and we'll be good to go. That way you don't kill any unnecessary time waiting for that start command to set up.
Right, because those instructions are going to eat into the 1 minute that you have allotted
Absolutely.
to get that start command. So you don't want to go on a spiel about the liftoff for 30 seconds. You want to kind of keep it moving.
Here's Harrison on platform 230 kilos, 286 pounds. Alexander Oliver on 3 is going to take about 2.5 kilos more than that for 292 on platform 3.
Looks like a good lift for Harrison on 2. And we got Vincent on his second attempt, 145 kilos, 320 pounds.
Wow.
on a second attempt.
That's a phenomenal bench press.
And remember, these are 75 kilo lifters. These guys are weighing in around 165 pounds.
Wow.
And that was a no lift on 3, unfortunately, for Alexander Oliver. Listen, he had me in the first half. He was on the way up with that grind and then just couldn't find the juice to complete the lift.
Let's see, Vincent.
Wow.
Looks like an easy second
Wonderful
It
attempt.
work.
looked good. And 2 times his body weight would be
2-1, good
2 to 1,
lift.
good
That's
lift.
a good milestone right there.
Yeah, 2 times his body weight would be 150 kilos.
Yeah.
So he's right there. We could see him take that on his 3rd attempt.
Ooh, did Maddox get that lift?
Now on all 3 platforms, we are on our 3rd attempt bench presses. So this is where it really matters.
See, this is where you can start to add those crucial 2.5 kilos. That's going to play off really, really well once we get into deadlifts. It's going to add that little extra bit to the total.
And as a reminder, these are all 75 kilo lifters on all 3 platforms. So all these guys are competing against each other. So every kilo matters. As you look at the placings, 2.5 kilos can really set you up a few placings. So every single one of these guys is going to be battling for every kilo on the platform.
Come on, Maximus. I believe Maximus might be one of the first ones to make his opening bench, 3rd bench attempt. That's a lie. We've had a few of them, but
Yeah,
That was a good job.
he ends 3 for 3 in the bench.
and 6 for 6 overall? No, 5 for 6. Here's Richard Comstock looking to go 6 for 6 with 110 kilos, 242.
We got Ezekiel Ruiz on platform 3, 142 kilos, 314 pounds, ending the flight on the platform 3. Let's see.
Yeah, big bench here. Currently, he's forecasted within the top 10. And we said this earlier, but he is going to end his day first. And he's going to try to do... Honestly, when you're going first and you're not going to be in the flight of lifters that you're going against, it's just important to make all of your lifts and put up the highest total that you can in order to contend with those other lifters. Oh,
It's not quite there.
I'm sorry, did the screen freeze?
yeah,
Goodness.
he was fighting for that for a long time. I thought he was going to be able to break through that sticking point.
Thought so as well. He came really fast off the chest there. All right, going to our 2nd flight of bench pressing on platform 3. Nolan Daniels going to go 225, a casual 2-plate date for his opener. Lucas Miller's up to bat now, 110 kilos, 242 pounds.
And then Gabriel Prince on platform 1, 112.5 kilos.
With a sticky lockout, ooh. And it's good.
Yep, good lift. We got Andrew Reed, 115 kilos, 253 pounds.
Yeah, he had a phenomenal squat. He's got a great deadlift. His bench is kind of where his total takes a hit. I mean, he's opening up the flight, and it looks like he's got a long way to go up and down.
Perfect attempt selection for Lucas. He got 2-1.
Aiden on platform 3 getting set up with 102.5 kilos. That big 225-pound milestone.
Andrew Reed, he gets that start command over on 1. Can he find his way? Good grab there by the spotters and loaders. Like we said, folks, these 3rd attempt benches are the most commonly missed lift. Across all 9 lifts, I think the next missed lift is probably 3rd attempt deads. And there's a reason for that. These kids are trying to get as much kilos as they can onto the total. Like we said, 2.5 kilos is a game changer, and can be a game changer when you get down to the lifts that you're especially good at. Because, for example, our last lifter who is squat and deadlift heavy,
He missed his 3rd squat, and that,
Okay,
that left a lot of kilos on the tank.
exactly. And if you don't have a insanely high bench to begin with,
It's
you're already
critical
kind
to
of
make
playing an
those-
advantage,
Yeah,
right?
it's critical it's always critical to make your attempts no matter what, but especially if you have a lift that you're really good at, that's where you're going to get the most kilos on your total, and it's crucial that you go 3 for 3.
We got Aiden Sai on platform 3, 105 kilo opener. Easy opener.
Easy. That's what you want from the opener.
Yeah.
I've seen some openers today that are a little tough, but that's kind of what you want from the opener.
It really should be like that last warm-up on the platform.
Yeah. Just
Luke
get on the board.
Lister on 2 missed that third attempt, but he's still on the board with his opener. All right, Kanan Hoosier gets his on-rack on platform 1. Oh, elbows came out, little bit of a flare, but he's locking it out, gents. Come on, folks.
Locked in and locked out.
That was
3
a beautiful
white
bench
lights.
press.
One of the most perfect grinds we have ever seen. Did Gino just call him Leo the Lion? I can't. Josh Stork.
He honestly, the press command was a little long, but it was because he kind of brought the bar down a little fast, and it wasn't completely motionless on the chest. So that's where you're going to see a little bit of a longer press command, and potentially if it went motionless a little faster, he could have pressed through that. But it just looked like a strength issue today. But he does walk away with his opener.
All right, we're well into our third attempts on platforms 1 and 2 before we head into our next flight. Leo's got 125, so 275 pounds loaded. Getting that lift off. Anthony Nichols is walking up to 117 and a half kilos, so 259 pounds.
We got Anthony asking for support from the crowd.
Man's drawing the energy from the crowd, internalizing.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing these lifters set up when it's their third attempt on any lift, and they just,
They
you
have
can
no
really
choice.
tell.
They have no choice but to lock in.
Yeah, you can
I
really
mean-
tell they're trying to get locked in, and it's an art form, really.
It really is. I can't believe that made it to the stream. Come on, Anthony.
Putting up a fight.
Come on,
Dude.
come on. Get
Lock it
that
out,
arm
lock it
through.
out.
That's not gonna
He's
go.
still fighting for it.
Yeah,
But
and then
it's just not
referees
gonna
ask the
go.
spotters to take it.
It's not going to go.
He was looking at that arm. He's like, come on.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
phenomenal fight from him. It just wasn't there today. I mean, I think even one.
I've seen it all.
We got Hayden on platform 2, 120 kilos, 264 pounds.
Carter Zaz. Oh, there we go. Perfect example. Took 2 seconds. Let the head spotter know, hey, do this. Beautiful. 132 and a half kilos. That's a 5 kilo jump. So doing that larger jump from first to second, smaller jump from second to third. Really just inching on more of those kilos.
Carter looking to go 6 for 6.
Come on, Hayden, can you find your way? Just got stapled on the chest, man. Sometimes gravity really be your hardest op. Come on, Carter.
Again, gravity.
Not a fan.
We got John closing out platform 1 with 142 and a half kilos, 314 pounds.
We got Connor, platform 3, opening up with 122.5 kilos. Now, Connor is still leading the way. He's currently forecasted first in the class. He's got that massive deadlift. And it's going to be crucial for him to make all of his attempts and start off strong.
That's right.
That moved well.
Cruz on 3, strong off the chest. So with that close grip, like we said, super fast off the chest, but once we transition to the triceps, it gets a lot tougher. And kind of like you were talking about earlier with Connor, he really has to lock in for these bench presses. it
It's-
kind of lends to the belief that, you know, you should be good at all three disciplines. It's a lot better to be a well-rounded lifter rather than specializing in one or two. Now, granted, some people have physiological restraints. Of course, some people are built different. You know, that's how it goes. Humans are individual. However, it's important to be well-rounded because you never know when you're going to find yourself in a situation where, oh, dang, if I had benched 2.5 kilos more, I would have had it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, on his squat attempts, he missed his second, was able to rally back, hit it on his third. Getting those kilos are really critical, and maybe he ended up with 222.5. Maybe he was aiming for the big 227.5, but he played the right call by just sticking with it,
I agree.
locking it in. It's going to be, every kilo is going to count in these tight battles.
And when thinking about this division, it's so close. 2.5 kilos more that you bench is 2.5 kilos less that you have to deadlift when you're jockeying for position.
Very, very true. And that's going to come down to it when we get to our heavier deadlifters. You know, they might be able to throw some attempts in and make some dummy calls, but we'll get to that when the time comes.
Heidi getting set up with 27.5 kilos on platform 1.
And Mock over on platform 2 is going to take his third attempt, 130 kilos. That's 286 pounds. Easy opener there from Heidi.
Representing Whitehall Powerlifting.
Yeah, they have a massive team. I want to say Whitehall, Nina High School, what else? Elk Mound. We've had a lot of high schools represented, and I was telling Adriana earlier, we have over 45 states represented at the High School National Championship this weekend. So literally everyone from all walks of life, all corners of the country coming to converge on one of the biggest stages in powerlifting,
Yeah.
High School Nationals.
I mean, this is the biggest high school nationals we've seen yet. So it's really great experience for all of these lifters.
And last year, too. Last year was the biggest we'd had. So, I mean, we just keep getting bigger and bigger every year. Like Yuli was saying in the last session, it just goes to show how accessible the sport is becoming to younger lifters. And they're able to start their journeys early, learn the bad things early, build out of those bad habits, and really set them up great later on down the road.
And it's really great to see all these lifters getting on the platform early on, building that platform experience. That way, once they move into those tougher, more competitive divisions, they already have that meet experience to take with them.
That's right. If you can come away with a couple of national, high school national meets under your belt, once you get into the collegiate level, the junior class, you're going to find yourself a little bit better off than some of the folks that, you know, have just started, you know, when they're a junior, like I did.
Adrian hits 130 for his opener. Pretty smooth. Adrian's one of those lifters who's going to be in the fight for the 75 kilo class.
All right, on platform 3 is John Abdelmasih. Now, if you remember John from from squats, listen, we were nervous, man. We
I
were
was really
so
nervous.
Missed second attempt. Third looked like it was going to be close. Come on, Harrison.
Close fight on platform 2, Harrison. See what the judges say.
He locked it out.
No lift.
2-1.
I believe it was downward motion.
Yeah, if you're watching the stream, he's got blue cards there. Blue cards are going to be either soft elbows or downward motion. And typically, if it's a really hard lift,
Adriana, we got 153 loaded on the bar for platform 2. Why is that not a
Whoa.
2.5 kilo increment?
so you can only jump 2.5 kilos normally, but if it is some sort of record, like a American or world record, then you can take a chip. So that is exactly what Vincent is doing.
We got the referees verifying the appropriate weight is loaded on the bar.
And this is a big bench. This is
Yeah,
over
this is
2 times.
337.
This is over 2 times
Incredible.
his body weight. If you see him on the side there, he's ready.
So if he's
really
going,
focused for this.
if he's going 153 for this one, it's only safe to assume that the prior record was 152.5. And so chipping that would give him, 0.25 keys on each side, so 0.5 overall, which will equal out to that 153 that you can only pull out with American or world records. All right, Vincent, let's see it, bud. It's not in the cards there today.
Not there yet.
Unfortunately.
Still a valiant attempt.
I mean, you have to go for that.
Yeah.
If it's there, you got to go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, the previous record was set at last year's high school nationals. So that just kind of shows that every year we're leveling up. Every year people are going to take a shot at these records, try to beat them. I mean, records are meant to be broken at the end of the day. So it's unfortunate that he didn't get it today, but hopefully he can come back if he's still in the division next year and try to hit it. But either way, that's a phenomenal bench press, 145 to be walking away with.
Now we're moving on to Flight B on platform 2. We got Nicholas Katzman opening up with 75 kilos, 165 pounds. Iden on 3.
I'll say, I don't know what parents are feeding their kids nowadays. I don't know if it's extra Pop-Tarts or putting some Miracle Grow in their soup, but whatever you're doing, keep doing it because it's working and it's spitting out some amazing, strong products. And they're put on display here on High School Nationals.
Platform 2, we're going to move into the second flight of benches.
And on 1, we've got Kiana, 104 kilos. She gets the press command. That was a little tough. A little tough for an opener there.
She gets the lift, she's on the board, and kind of the same thing was happening with her squats. She hit her first attempt, but it was a little sticky. She kind of stepped backwards, was able to get it on her second, but just walked away with that one lift. So honestly, if I were her, I would only jump 2.5 kilos.
Connor Fields, 122.5 kilos for the 75-kilo lad, 270 pounds. Andrew Chen's getting the lift off for 80 kilos. That's 176 pounds. And Robbie Murray, all the swagger in the world, walking up to 72.5 kilos, 159 pounds.
That was an easy second attempt for Connor, taking a 12.5 kilo jump on bench press from first to second.
All right, here's Elijah Sorensen. He's going to take that same weight, 122.5, so 270 pounds. Not sure where Elijah is at, in the general standings. I believe he is in the top 20s so far in the 75-kilo class. Remember, there's over 70 lifters. I think close to 75 lifters in the 75 class. No, we did not try to make that happen. But this is a big class, And so to even crack the top 10 is going to be huge.
Yeah, completely agree.
That was a good lift on 1 for Simon Brown, representing Boston Latin. Matthew Mott on platform 2 from Cross Legs Powerlifting Club.
And Josh Cho on 3, representing the hometown heroes, the Cajun Prep powerlifting team, your host for the High School National Championships.
And that was a little tough. A little tough on platform 3.
I'm going to say he might have 2.5 in him. He might have 2.5 in him.
It's worth a shot.
At that point, it looked somewhat easy enough where I'd let him take a third.
And I mean, we've talked about scratching attempts, but sometimes these lifters, they just want more national level experience. They just want to say, they're here to have fun at the end of the day. And they might just say, hey, let me just go out, take that 2.5 kilo jump. Maybe it's there. Like, you've seen miracles happen.
And sometimes you have no other option. You have to go out and take your attempt because it's that close of a battle that every kilo matters. So not taking an attempt, having it been there is risky.
Yeah.
Got to find that dog.
Speaking of close battles, Connor Laughlin, still forecasted first, taking a 5 kilo jump on platform 3. Handles it well. It was easy.
That was the most on speed second attempt we've seen so
That was
far.
really
not
good.
too easy, not too hard, right in the middle there.
Yep, no major sticking points there.
Yeah, I'd probably take another 5 from there just to be kind of even from his first jump that he took. But that looked really good.
Nice work. Evan Hardigan on platform 2 with 82.5 kilos. Carter Belair on 3, getting lifted off for 127.5. We are on second attempts for platform 3. And as you saw with Carter Belair, it did look like his head came up. However, that is a rule that was changed just a couple years ago for the USAPL. You are allowed to lift your head up off the bench. The only 3 points of contact you are required to have on the bench are your shoulders, your butt, and your feet with the floor. All those have to be in constant contact. Surface area must not change throughout the process of the lift.
Oh, Braden had a little bit of a fight on his opener. It should be good. Yep. Good lift for him. On the board. And Matthew, platform 3, makes the lift. Another one of those lifters. Currently forecasted third in that 75-kilo battle.
We got Sam Volkman on 1. Smooth opener.
It's important. Oh, it's a little bit far. Important to note here, guys, when you're watching these bench presses, you want to be sure that when you're judging a lift like this, if it's slow, that's different than if it slows down. Two different ways to think about the bench press there. If it's slow, it's a continuous motion. There's no particular sticking points or anything like that. It's still very smooth. There's a lot more potential for heavier lifts later down the road. Now, when you press and it stops and it starts to slow down at a certain particular point, that's when you can start to see that sticking point really come to shine, and that's where you might see some issues once we get to the heavier benches.
Logan on platform 2, getting set up with his opener at 92.5 kilos. I love how he kind of had a little pop at the start to really show the referees that his elbows are locked out. Heidi puts in a little bit of work on her second attempt, but it was smooth all the way through. Kind of like you said, it was slow, but it didn't necessarily slow down. It wasn't like a big sticking point near the top of the lift or at the chest.
All right, we are now on second attempts for platform 1. Kira Duel's going to take 32.5 kilos. And you said we have a little bit of a battle in the ladies 44-kilo class. How's that shaping up to be?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see later on in the same flight of benches on platform 1, Riley's kind of leading the way. Ali was leading the way at first, but she ended up missing her second attempt squat, her third attempt squat, and her first attempt bench. I'm not exactly sure what happened on that first attempt bench, but she really needs that lift to stay in the fight for the national title. Hopefully we can see her come back and make that in just a few lifts on platform 1.
And that's like you were saying, with every kilo matters, and when you miss lifts that are like crucial like that, it definitely leaves open some opportunities for other lifters to come in that they might be having great days.
Sure. You could be the strongest lifter on the platform just based on your training, but that's not how powerlifting goes. We have to put it on the platform. Platform's completely different from training.
Very quickly, our mindset can go from offense to defense, especially when we go on bench press.
Yeah, speaking of that 44-kilo battle, Jasmine's going to come out to 37.5 kilos. Currently, she's forecast in third place, and depending how Ali goes with her second and third attempts, she could be pulling into second place position, potentially even first. So we'll just have to see how it unfolds.
It's a very close battle. It's within 7.5 kilos.
Yeah, exactly. And 7.5 kilos at this body weight, it's pretty tight. It's pretty tight.
That's going to be crucial. Jasmine with a good lift seems 373, 37.5. We're doing great, folks.
And now Allie was leading the day during the squats, fell a little bit back by only coming away with her opener. Now her back is against the wall here. Missed her opener, needs this lift. Really needs this lift to stay in the meet as well as kind of stay in contention for the top spot.
That's right. John with a smooth, semi-slow second attempt, but he's on the board. He's still got plenty of room left for at least 2.5. Come on, Allie. All right, folks. Now this is
really, it's tough. It's one thing to miss your first 2 attempts on some sort of technical issue like strength, on bench press, maybe jumping a command, or having your butt lift, but if it misses like that, it's going to be really tough for her to come back and hit that on her third.
And
that's
again,
why it's so important, like you were about to say, to have an opener that is just to get you on the board. Be super easy.
Yeah, and again in powerlifting, right, you can't, once you give your openers, once you provide an attempt to the scoring table, you're locked in on that attempt. You cannot go down in weight, you can only retake it. So in the case for Allie, she can only retake that same weight.
Yeah, I mean, we would imagine has the capability to do lower, like 30 kilos, 32 and a half, maybe even 35, but she did put in that opener of, or her coach did, of 37.5, and she cannot go below that, like you said.
now. I kind of want to talk a little bit about how that plays into the forecast. Right, so all of our forecasts for our placings, all the numbers that we talk about, those are all based on openers that are put in prior to the meet. It is very possible that whatever forecasts we have are skewed because of that. I think Yuli was talking about that earlier. You have people that put in somewhat high attempts or look like decent attempts, put them in a certain position, but then once they get on the platform, it's a different story.
Yeah, of course. And you could even see lifters put in what we call fake openers. That's especially used in the deadlift, where they put in something that's super light. By the time deadlifts come, they take a really big jump or they bump up their opener. And yeah, kind of like you said, forecasted, it tells part of the story, but not all of it. I mean, Allie was leading the day, but now Riley, who just hit her second attempt super easily, is looking to be ahead.
And
like
she's
that,
pulling away.
Yeah.
Like that, the door just swung right open for anybody to come and take that position. We got Aiden on 3, looking to go 6 for 6.
All right, we're on to our third attempt benches on platform 3, folks. This is our last flight before we take our 10-minute break. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders for Aiden Calkins. This is the start of our third attempt benches for the second flight. And this is where we're really going to see how crucial that extra 2.5, that extra 5 kilos are, especially when we get to the top of the order for our 75-kilo men.
Yeah, I mean, you often see it kind of Monday morning quarterback at the end of the meet, how positioning plays out, how the battle plays out. Someone could pull for the win and it was super close, and maybe if they had gotten the extra 2.5, 5 kilos on bench, they wouldn't have had to pull as much on deadlift, and the results could have changed drastically. That's why every lift is really critical to make.
That's right. Hearing some support for Robbie Murray on platform 1. He's going 170 kilos, 170 pounds, excuse me. That's 77 and a half kilos. All right, here comes Josh Cho coming up to platform 3 for his last attempt, 127 and a half keys. And a good second attempt there for Robbie Murray on platform 1. We are waiting now on platform 2 for Nicholas. Oh, here he is. Okay. Let's say you have a whole minute, to get that start command, but oftentimes when it comes to bench, that setup can easily take between 10 to 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Easily.
And when we do see lifters have kind of an elaborate setup, it can be kind of dicey if you have to replace the bar based on soft elbows, and then you've only got a few seconds to come back and get that start command. Oh yeah, unfortunately on platform 2, Nicholas does not get his second attempt at 85 kilos.
All right, Elijah Sorensen getting a lift off for 286 pounds. Elijah currently sitting 13th out of 75.
Pretty good. Out of 75 lifters in a class this stacked to potentially crack into the top 10.
And as we move into the last third attempts on platform 3, we start to see some of these guys that are in podium level positions. So these third attempts are really crucial.
Yeah, I mean, Connor Laughlin, he ended up taking that 5-kilo jump that we're going to see here.
He's currently forecasted first.
Yeah, I mean, he's been forecasted first all day. And he is going to have that, or seemingly, he's got a high opener on deadlift. He's going to have that deadlift advantage. But we have to see how it all plays out.
Right now it is only a 5-kilo margin. Sorry, 7.5-kilo margin.
Just too much. And again, that's kind of that Monday morning quarterback where you're looking at that thinking, why didn't you go 2.5?
Yep. Now, that leaves the door wide open.
Yeah.
Because now Adrian's only 2.5 keys behind.
Yes, yeah, definitely. That.
And is currently tied with Matthew Acevedo right underneath.
Yeah.
Folks, this is becoming a battle really early on. I'm excited. I like when stuff like this happens. It's fun.
Yeah, I'm really excited for deadlifts. I mean, we saw a battle where there was a deadlift battle actually where they used all of their attempt changes for deadlifts.
And
there was a
30
mistake.
seconds.
And there was a mistake too for the final attempt change, and it was just exciting to see. Now Ethan Tran, 135 kilos on platform 3, missed this on his second attempt, trying to come back and hit this. And again, we sound like broken records, but he needs these 5 kilos. He's currently forecasted in 5th place, but missing this attempt could put him behind a little bit, force him to have to deadlift more to potentially get a podium position or just get into 5th place or within that top 5.
I believe Ethan Tran might be timing out this third attempt here. The clock has started. Bart is loaded.
I think
he
he's
missed his
timing
second
out.
attempt, so he might have felt something. You know, hopefully it's not that. Maybe he's just trying to save some energy going into deads. But what's going to happen, folks, like Kevin was explaining earlier, they're probably going to let that clock run down all the way. And there's 2 reasons for that. One, you want to make sure everyone else in the flight gets an equitable amount of rest in between each of their attempts. And number 2, who knows? Maybe a lifter, like we were saying in the last session, maybe that lifter wants to play some mind games.
We got Ezra on 2, who unfortunately did not get any squat attempts on the board, but he did get his second attempt bench, looking to just finish out the meet.
On to thirds now for platform 1. Kira Duel's going to retake 32.5.
Ooh, big fight on platform 2 from Benjamin, 95 kilos. It wasn't a huge fight. I kind of saw that was his second attempt, not his third.
No major sticking point, just the bar slowing down,
Yeah.
or the bar slowed.
I would only put 2.5.
Oh, and he it was good lip. Yeah, Kira.
Thanks, Kevin.
And now Matthew Acevedo on the third platform, trying to honestly take advantage of the fact that Connor missed his third attempt bench.
Not to be outdone, folks, we're coming up on some crucial moments here over on platform 1. Heidi is currently sitting at the bottom of the 44 kilo weight class, based on projected. Now we still have a lot of lifting left. We still got deadlifts, but right after that we've got Miss Allie, who's at risk of losing her top position.
And that was a no lift by Matthew on platform 3.
And the spotters had to grab it for Heidi. It stopped on the chest, and she's looking at them. Please help. Please help.
All right, all eyes on platform 1. We got
Allie.
Yep, we got Allie, who needs her third attempt bench
Yeah,
to stay in
and
the meet.
this just goes to show that some coaches, some lifters, they may kind of freak out a little bit when they see the forecasted at the beginning of the meet, but it's not, there's so much lifting left to go. It's not going to tell the whole story. Allie, who was forecasted first at the beginning of the meet, now facing bomb out on bench, back against the wall, needs this to stay in contention for that national title.
Let's go, Allie.
Yeah, we're all going to be behind her. The crowd's behind her.
Come on, Allie. Faster descent. Can she find it off
Can
the
she
chest?
Oh my
Oh, wow!
Let's see
Come on! That's going to be up
It
and
is a-
down. Oh, no. That butt's coming way up. His shoulder came up
Yeah.
as well. Oh, man. You want to talk about someone who's going to give it their all. Look no further than Ali Voyers. Unfortunately, though, folks, she is not going to be able to come away with the national title or, unfortunately, a place on the standings for the 44 kilo weight class. However, we've still got deadlifts.
Yeah, she could still come out and deadlift. We talked about it in the first session, but if a lifter bombs out, it's really a shame that they're not going to be able to post a total, but they could still come out and finish the rest of the meet. It gives their coach some good data. You paid for registration, you're traveling out here, might as well come out and finish the day strong.
And not only that, but these are young kids, man. These are young teens. And to be able to, honestly, some of the strongest lifters in the world have been better after bomb outs. Look no
Yeah.
further than Brandon Petrie. I mean, bombing out
Taylor
at the
Atwood.
Arnold. Taylor Atwood.
Also bobbing out
I
the
mean,
Arnold.
And a lot of times, you know, it takes those moments where we're at our deepest. This is going to get super, super, like, deep and corny. But it's at our deepest that we find the inspiration to rise back up.
It's true. It's corny, but it's true.
We got our final bench on platform 3. John with 157.5 kilos.
That second attempt was a little bit of a slow one. I don't know if this is going to move. That's not. Yeah, good grab there by the spotters and loaders.
The referee saw some downward motion, asked the spotters to take it.
Yep, and when the lifter, so when the spotters take that bar, it doesn't have to be just up to the lifter dropping it. That referee could say, no, grab it. Like
Like
it's
if it
not
was
moving,
like-
it's going down, take it.
And that kind of helps too with the referee saving energy for the lifter. If they know it's not going to count, there was egregious downward motion, they might just say, rack, let the spotters take it.
Right. Well, that's good, folks. That's going to finish up our action for the bench press on platform 3. We're looking at it's 3 o'clock with 51 minutes left. We're getting close to dinner time, folks, but you don't want to fill up yet. I think today we're going to go for it. Get you some grapes. You know, everyone loves some grapes, maybe a banana
Little
or
bit of a
two.
snack.
Be sure to stay hydrated. Maybe have a Gatorade. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Hey guys, we're back. Platform 3 is starting. It's not like I turned the stream off on platform 2. I did? Oh my gosh, come on, I thought I put it back. It's okay, we're here. We're here. Sorry folks.
Platform 2 is back. One could say we're so back as they set up the bar for Jaden with 105 kilos. Looking to go 5 for 6 so far, just missed one squat. Trying to end the day 3 for 3 in bench.
Spotters and loaders report to platform 1. Spotters and loaders return to you got 3 minutes, no more changes. Platform 1, no more changes.
Just a little too much for Jaden. Still walks away with 100 kilos.
We got Ricardo up next with 105 kilos, 231 pounds on platform 2.
Spotters and loaders return to platform 3. Spotters and loaders return to platform 3.
If y'all are catching the view on platform 3, shout out Michael Gagne, Strength Through Cinema. One of our awesome photographers today, along with Stellar Shots, Jake and Casey.
Oh, that was a good fight on platform 2.
Come
for
on,
Ricardo.
refs. Nice, 3 for 3.
For Ricardo, here comes Christopher.
Christopher is going to come out to 115 kilos on platform 2. We've only got 2 more benches on this platform, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break before deads.
We've got Shepard starting us off on deadlifts on platform 3.
No lift for Christopher, unfortunately.
We'll say we'll wait for platform. Well, actually, it's going to be a little bit for platform 1. We'll talk about deadlifts for platform 3. So, deadlift, arguably the most fun, in my opinion, but definitely the easiest to understand in terms of commands. There's only one, and that is the down command. And as long as you initiate the lift before that start command, you'll be fine. Or as long as you initiate the lift before the time runs out, you will get that start command, excuse me.
Yeah, so you've got plenty of time there to start the lift.
Which leads into seeing some pretty awesome setups.
Going back to the bench press, we got Lee Erickson taking the final bench of the session.
Yeah, 152.5. Now, this is a big bench. This is over 2 times his body weight. And we've said this time and time again, this battle in the 75-kilo class is so tight.
There are 3 lads with the same total.
Including Lee. That's why this is so pivotal. And he
That was
makes it.
easy.
Extra 5 kilos
A
for
statement
Lee.
is made. Lee Erickson, he's on fire.
Yeah, that was pivotal. And the thing is, Lee, interestingly enough, is going to have that advantage of knowing what the other lifters do on platform 3, while he gets to lift a little bit after on platform 2. So he can kind of, he kind of has the freedom to jockey around for position there.
That's right. Well, that, like I said, that's going to be the end of our bench press for platform 2. It's now 4:08. You guys go ahead, grab yourself some fudge rounds, maybe a box of cheese crackers, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Here's Porter Monty, 185 kilos. That's 4:02. 4:07, excuse me.
We're upping the bar 5 kilos to 190 kilos, 419 pounds for Josh Salop.
Now, we're looking at the deadlift here. Actually, I'll say there's 3 true positions for the deadlift. You got your sumo, conventional, and hybrid. Sumo conventional being the ones you see most commonly. Sumo is going to be feet a little bit wider. Toes can be as wide as touching the plates. Hands are going to be inside the knees, and conversely from deadlift, knees are inside the hands. A little bit of a longer range of motion. Kevin, what are some of the advantages, disadvantages of both?
Well, when you think about sumo deadlifts, a lot of it's going to be positional, right? Unlike a conventional deadlift where you can grind out a rep, that's not really as common or as easy to do so when pulling sumo. It has to be. It's a very positional lift, very technical, meaning that everything has to be perfect in order for you to be able to PR.
Yeah, as we see Matt there with the beautiful sumo position.
Very smooth lift.
Yeah, smooth opener for him.
Coming right behind is Maddox Parker with 195 kilos. Yeah, you can tell it's deadlifts because they turn that music up loud, folks. It's a party.
Yeah, I mean, deadlifts are really the fun part of the meet. They're at the end. The energy's high. You've only got one command. It's not as much going on the platform.
You can focus on lifting some heavy weight.
Yeah, and this is where positioning is decided. It's kind of where the meet comes together, where you can see that jockeying around for a position. So it's a really fun time.
Smooth opener. And it's a saying in powerlifting that the meet doesn't start until the bar hits the floor.
Dang it, I was about to say that. No, that's really true, though. I mean, deadlifts are easily the most hype.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, I think squat is the best lift of all time. In my opinion, hey, squat's the best. But deadlift is easily the most hype. Like, it gets loud in here. And the capacity to grind compared to bench and squat is a lot higher, like you were saying, getting into the conventional and deadlift stances.
We're a little bit more than halfway through on Flight A for Platform 3. We got Charlie coming up for 197 kilos.
And we are 3 minutes out on Platform 1. And we haven't even started the timer on Platform 2. Nice. Charlie polling, very easy. And, you know, he did something with his lockout there that I think is kind of underappreciated when you look at the sumo deadlift. That man stood straight up. There was no lean back. There was, there was no lean back, and so there was no risk of those knees unlocking, which is what you're going to see, especially once you get into the heavier sumo pullers. If that gets heavy and they start to have to arch their back in order to finish that lockout, it's going to get really easy for the judges to see soft knees if it comes out.
And conversely, you can have lifters that have soft shoulders, shoulders not fully back or erect.
Yeah, it's kind of you've got to find the balance between the two. You don't want to be so far back where the knees come unlocked, but you don't want to be where your shoulders are soft, your back is rounded, and you're not going to get a lift. So that lifter really showed a true balance between the two, where you're standing just straight up, textbook lift right there.
And again, that's what the side referees are looking for. They're looking to make sure that your shoulders are back and knees are locked.
They're getting the bar ready for Ryan Lai, with opening up with 212.5 kilos.
And good job there on the spotter scrubbing off that bar. One thing that we were talking about, we mentioned it super briefly earlier, but baby powder. Lifters are allowed to use baby powder on their legs. That's what all the white stuff is on the legs there. And baby powder helps the bar slide up the thighs a little bit easier. You're not caught on your skin or any sweat or anything like that. What you don't want to do is get that anywhere near your hands because that bar is going to fly out and it's not going to move. Chalk makes it stick, powder makes it slick.
Amen.
We got the spotters double checking the platform on
Yeah.
platform 3.
I
making
think
sure
they
it's
might
right.
have had to clean up something that was on the bar, which is why it took a little bit more time. But looks like it's not going to affect Ryan. He's coming out really focused. Having
Oh, he said quiet. He said,
I love that.
he said, shush, listen.
Love the setup.
Smokes the opener.
I mean, you have to when you have a setup like
Come
that.
on,
You have
dude.
to. He's gonna go above 500 pounds. I can tell you that right now.
We got Ezekiel, who's currently forecasted within the top 10, currently in 9th.
Yeah, I mean, Ezekiel is kind of in the opposite position that Lee is in, who's on the second platform. So Ezekiel is on the same platform as the lifters that he's in contention with for the top 10, but he's going to be lifting in the first flight versus those lifters are going to be lifting in the second flight. So he's at a little bit of a disadvantage there of not being in that fight to jockey around for position with his deadlift. He's just got to put up the highest total that he possibly can to try to get the highest placing possible.
So it is a possibility that Ezekiel ends up in a higher forecasted position than he will actually end up after lifters in platform 1 and platform 2 finish out their lifting.
Oh, that was easy. I just looked away and then it was already done. Good opener for Ezekiel.
We retake the same weight for Alexander Oliver, who's wrapping out Flight A openers.
Come on. Here we go. Sweet child of mine.
Aw, that's Guns N' Roses, not AC/DC. Can't add that to the counter.
Yeah, that was good. Good lift for Alexander.
All right, folks, we're back to the action on platform 1. Carter Zaz is going to come and open 170 kilos, 374 pounds.
We're going back to the top of the order on platform 3. Porter is going to be taking a second attempt at 192.5 kilos. Oh. Oh, looks like
Maybe.
looks like we might have had the wrong lifter come out. Yeah, I think so. Good thing he didn't pull it, otherwise that would have been a whole situation
Right.
with changing attempts and trying to fix the mistake. Oh, he just had a little bobble at the top. I don't think that's going to count. I think he knows it. Yep. No lift for Porter, unfortunately. He had the strength for it, but sometimes with sumo, you're just going to see those balance issues come out, especially at the top of the lift, which is what happened for Porter.
Angel on 1.
Choosing the conventional stance as well as
See
Aiden
what the
Hildebrand
referees
on
say.
platform 3. Excuse me. If I'm seeing this correctly, Casey is helping spot and load on platform 1. Never mind, she's there. She said, y'all, we're going too slow. We got to speed this up. Bars loaded now for Maximus on platform 1, 175 kilo. And he sets it down with authority. Maximus. Charles Kim with a smooth second attempt on platform 3. That was 195 kilos. We're going to go up 5 more kilos. Josh Salop is going to give us a show with 200 kilos. That's 440 pounds.
That was a smooth opener for Richard on 1. We got Jason coming up with 185 kilos.
If anybody is listening and needs to know, I don't know if you would, but needs to know, we are 2.5 minutes out from the action on platform 2.
It was slow and steady on platform 3 with Josh.
That's a good lift. And we're going to see a lot of these deadlift openers fly. Most often, deadlift openers pretty much move pretty well across the board. I haven't seen many opener deadlifts be missed in my time as a commentator. Now, that being said, I don't know anything. No one knows anything. Who knows what could happen?
We could see the next 5 lifters miss their opener.
And that would be the worst commentator curse I've ever had. John Hogan.
And I guess one of those factors with deadlift openers usually moving well is that they are towards the end of the meet. And if you have a lifter who's cutting weight and you're eating and drinking, rehydrating throughout the meet, then by deadlifts you could be back to speed, feeling really good.
Cannon gets to the top on platform 1. That's a good lift.
And Francis Zeller's getting that bar loaded for him, opening up with 195 kilos as well. I don't think we've seen an opener yet that's under 400 pounds. Is that a bold statement? No, it is not. I think everyone's opened up above 400 this time round.
A couple on platform 1.
Dang it.
On platform 3. I think you were looking at platform 3. That's what was going on.
Nice. Can't have them all, folks. Francis Zeller, that's a good lift. Leo Evans going to come right behind, take the same thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back on platform 2. I actually clicked the right button this time, so y'all are seeing the right screen, folks. We're on deadlift, our last lift of the day. Vincent Evelyn's going to open with 363 pounds. We're already into our openers on platform 1, into our second attempts on platform 3. Very easy opener there for Vincent.
Yeah, super easy.
Now you see some of the lifters come out wearing knee sleeves. You are allowed to wear knee sleeves on deadlift, just so long as they don't come in contact with the singlet. They can be covering the socks, no? Or not covering, but in contact with the socks? I can't remember. We're gonna say yes for this purpose, but if we're wrong, we'll have someone fact check us later.
Yeah, and usually it's very rare to see that, but it could be that a lifter is dealing with some sort of knee problem, or they could just prefer it that way.
Honestly, I've heard people use the rationale that it slides up better. I mean, hey,
It
whatever
could.
works. Whatever
It could.
works, Chief. It is your lift, not mine.
Charlie, good lift on platform 3 with 212.5 kilos. We're rapidly approaching that 500-pound mark.
And we've got Anthony Nichols, the conventional stance of peace. Very narrow, very peaceful, 3 wide lights. Getting that bar scrubbed off for Andrew Reed for his 440-pound opener on platform 1. And bar was not called loaded yet for Daniel.
172.5 kilos for him.
And it's still, oh, actually, it is called now, but it had not started yet, so we saw that side referee let them know. But we're good now.
Dawson had a Very, very fast opener. Looked like a warm-up on platform 2. Oh. Stark contrast there.
A little bit of a bobble on platform 3, and a lot of that does come down to technique. We know the strength is there, of course, but sumo is such a technique-heavy lift that
And he still got the lift as well. Yeah.
Exactly. I like to kind of liken it to equipped lifting, right? One small, minute instance, and it completely misgrooves the rest of the rep.
Yep. We have now crossed over 400 pounds on platform 2 with Hayden Hopkins, taking 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds.
And Spencer on platform 1, opening up with kind of a milestone of 200 kilos, making it move easy.
Same with Hayden on platform 2.
Ooh, platform 3, Ryan, watch the setup here, coming out to 225 kilos.
Please do it. Yes!
That's the best setup ever. Love it. Make
Dog.
this move. You've got to make it move.
Dog.
He's kind of got that explosive sumo where it's just
That was a
explosive.
good lift.
Yeah,
Good lift,
it was
yep.
good.
Okay.
It was a little tough, but it's your second attempt. It's not your
Yep.
opener. He made his opener fly. I
'Cause
wonder.
generally, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I wonder where he's gonna go on his third attempt.
We have
Right.
Ezekiel on 3 with 529 pounds.
Nice.
Wow.
These next 2 lifts on platform 3 are also both 240 kilos, 529 pounds.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deadlift for a 75-kilo high school lifter.
Let's see it, Ezekiel.
Oh yeah, he made it move.
Easy. Good
He
lift.
made it move well.
And I was gonna say with Kevin and Ezekiel, or Ryan and Ezekiel, excuse me. I don't know why I said Kevin. You're Kevin. Hi, Kevin. But no, with both Ryan and Ezekiel, like you were kind of alluding to, they have that explosive sumo, right? In stark contrast to the norm, where sumo's generally a lot harder off the floor.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on the lifter's form, lifter's strength profiles, their leverages as well.
Gabriel on 1, closing out openers for platform 1.
Super lockout.
Hey, I'm a fan of the shimmy setup. I'm right there with you, homie.
Again, one of those lifters that uses knee sleeves for the deadlift. Whatever works.
And this is Cruz with 187.5 kilos.
Alexander had the. Oh,
Alexander did it too?
yep.
Oh.
He did it at the end. He did it at the end. He hit
okay.
240
Sending a
kilos,
statement.
conventional, in contrast to Ezekiel, and he made it move.
All right, we're now on a second attempt, as mentioned previously by Kevin Swolrano. Carter Zaz, 180 kilos loaded up, representing Nina Powerlifting.
Matthew hits his opening attempt on 2.
And we're on third attempts on platform 3. We've got Porter Monty coming up right behind. We went 185, we missed 192.5, but we're still going up 12.5 kilos
It's bold.
to 205. I mean, I've been saying it a lot. I mean, we've seen some bold moves, but that might be one of the boldest.
Yeah, I mean, he missed his second attempt. I believe it was on a bobble at the top, so it wasn't a strength issue. It was just that it was a little bobble at the top. And yeah, he elected to go up anyways. He's fired up for it.
All right, Porter, let's see it. Very square sumo stance, very even.
Oh,
Slow off the floor. Can he find it?
Grinds it.
That might be
Lot-
up and down motion on the
I don't
left,
know.
on the
We
right
gotta
side.
see.
Let's
We
see.
gotta see. No lift,
golly.
unfortunately. It was 2-1. He could go to the jury. It was super
I was
close.
gonna say, we have a jury for a reason, and it's free. Go for it.
It was super close.
Otherwise,
I
they're just kind of
honestly-
sitting there.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna lose it at the bottom of the lift, but he really stayed patient with that to lock it out.
I'll say that's a good fight either way.
Yeah, you could count as a gym PR.
Jason Kalunga. Smooth second attempt at 190. Charles Kim takes 205 for a ride. Brings it home by 9. That's 3 wide lights.
Joshua on 2.
That's a good lift for Joshua.
All right, Richard Comstock, platform 1, going up 15 kilos. Oh, wait a minute now.
Is he all right?
I wonder what that was. I'm hoping he is. But what happened there, folks, he got up to his knees, and then it looked like he kind of might have gotten a little off balance or something, but that bar went way out in front. I want to
Yeah,
say a good
yeah.
2-3 inches, and that did cause him to go down. So that's going to be a no lift, but what is he going to do for his third attempt, I wonder?
Matt on 3.
So, what? All right, I'm about to have to talk with the spotters again. They keep stapling the weight to the ground, man. That's not right. All right, Josh Sallet coming up for his last deadlift. 10-kilo jumps across the board.
Cannon on platform 1, getting set up for the second attempt at 200 kilos.
All right, Josh, let's see it. Ooh, can he get to the knees?
Ah, oh. Kind of grabbed his shin there.
I'll say, hopefully he's okay there.
Yeah,
I wonder
I
if there was a
think
little
he's all
twinge.
right.
Yeah.
We got the bar loaded for Mac, who's closing out our openers on platform 2. Just shy of 500 pounds.
John's coming out to 200 kilos, taking a 15-kilo jump, platform 1.
Rocking the USA powerlifting singlet. You don't see those anymore, folks.
Ooh, that was easy
was
opener on
easy.
platform 2.
Oh, yes, sir. Maddox Parker, find your way, be patient. Beautiful.
I think that was a really good call.
If you lean back any farther, it'd be a back handspring.
Yeah.
All right, bars loaded for Leo Evans on platform 1. Okay, so the clock is starting over on platform 1. Looked a little frozen on our end, but he's got plenty of time, 34 seconds. Nice, easy opener there. Unfortunately, oh goodness.
Oh,
Oh, he's all right?
Yeah, he just came a little bit forward. Oftentimes what happens, folks, when you're deadlifting and you've got all this pressure built up in your body around the belt, it's possible to get a little lightheaded, and some people pass out. It happens. Some people get a little woozy. I blacked out a couple times. Some people have nosebleeds. We saw in the last session, unfortunately, somebody had vomit. But hey,
yeah. I mean, these lifters. It's the end of the day. It's the last lift. They're really giving it their all on these third attempts, and sometimes that results in them literally giving it their
That's
all,
right.
passing out.
We have the spotters cleaning the bar on platform 3. All these next 5 lifters are over 500 pounds. We got Daniel up next.
Yeah, Daniel, 227.5 kilos.
He's looking to pull into 5th place for the time being.
Yeah, we've still got lifters in the second flight in the 75-kilo division. Oh, big fight from him.
A little stuck over the knees.
find your way. There he is.
Let's see what the judges say.
Come on, that looked clean. Come on.
No
Oh,
lift,
man.
fortunately.
At that point, counted as the PR.
Gym PR.
Same
I
weight
mean,
for
he
Charlie,
really fought with that.
who, if successful, will move from 4th to 2nd on forecasted totals.
And now this is provisional second.
Yeah.
Like we said, we still do have another flight. However, this is big news, y'all. This is big news.
Yeah, I mean, this could set you up for getting within the top 20, top 15 of the
Yep.
class as a whole.
Smooth for Charlie.
Charlie Poling, great work. All right, that's a good lift. Now in provisional second. On platform 2, Lucas Lister, who unfortunately did bomb out on squat, that was a good lift for that second attempt. All right, Spencer Lorenzen on 1. 215 kilos, 473 pounds. Ryan Lee on platform 3. Gotta wait for it.
Ooh, there it is. He's got to end off the day strong.
Don't say nothing. Oh. His knee.
Oh.
His knee. Ay, 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 ay.
I think he's okay.
Okay, gosh.
I think he
that
just
looks
locked early.
scary with his
Yeah,
knee.
I think he's all right.
Whew. That's, I've seen knee shifts like that, but good to know he's okay. He walked away from it.
Yeah, I see him now. He's walking around. He's okay.
Okay, good, good, good.
Yeah, he took a little bit of a big jump there.
Looked a lot worse than it was.
Yeah.
Now, Ezekiel Ruiz, he's a kid you want to watch now from Lexington Powerlifting. He's right now right now he's first place provisionally because our lifters in the second flight haven't gone yet. But based off of that, he's now in the top 10.
Yeah. And this is going to give him a 595 kilo total. And we'll have to see what other lifters do in the second flight. But some lifters could only get their opener. Some lifters could unfortunately bomb. He's just trying to do as much as he can to get the highest placing possible.
How's Ezekiel's day so far? I think
He's only missed one lift.
There we go.
Ooh,
Watch the hand, watch the hand. Ooh.
I think he's good.
He's
I
That's
got
a
think he's
way to
good.
keep a hold on it. Give it to him. That
Good
looks like
lift?
a good
Yep.
lift.
Yeah. And that's 250 kilos. That's a big deadlift.
We got Alexander Oliver taking the same weight, 250 kilos. This will provisionally move him into 2nd place behind Ezekiel.
All right, paying close attention to Alexander Oliver's setup here once again.
Again, one of those lifters that after Flight B, they can end up in the top 10.
Ooh, let's see the
Can you lock it out?
Yep. Very common conventional stick out there. Once you get right past the knees and your lower back and glutes have to fire through, tough spot. But that is going to be our last lifter for that first flight of deadlifts on platform 3. Moving on to our last flight of deadlifters for session 2.
And we're starting our 3rd attempt deadlifts over on platform 1 with Angel.
And on platform 3, this flight is really going to be the one to kind of decide placing in the 75 kilo class.
And to be honest, we haven't seen very many technical errors.
No.
We've seen almost no technical. All of our misses have been on strength.
And,
And
I
a
mean,
lot of
these
these kids
lifters
are
are
sumo.
young. Yeah. It just
Shout-
shows how much the sport is growing with when you see these young lifters so in tune with their technique.
Say, shout out their coaches. Your form is insane. Shout out to your barber, bro. Harrison Bigda, looks like Coach Siraj Saeed is in the corner there. He's happy with it.
Looks like a
Siraj
good lift from
Saeed,
Max.
actually the state chair of Georgia.
Carter Zoss on platform 1 with 190 kilos.
Now Josh Stork with that 220 pounds, he's 220 kilos. That's a long way to go. Lock the knees. I don't think they're soft. I think he got him locked out at the last minute.
Yep.
There we
Three
go.
whites.
Okay.
3 white lights. Ooh, another
Come on,
fight
Carter.
on platform 1.
Oh, baby. We find lockout. Come on, judges. Give him something. Oh, a good lift, ladies and gents.
And a good 8 for 9 day for Carter. Good job, Carter.
I see Gino grab someone and hold their hand up. I think it's a record or something, so I want to be sure we didn't miss it. We're just giving him some extra flowers for that beautiful third attempt grind.
We got Richard coming back on platform 1, retaking his second attempt deadlift.
Gino, move, bro. Come on. Richard Comstock with this 190. Asher Rosenbaum, 215 on 3. Carson on 2, 227 and a half. That's a big jump.
That is a big jump.
Carter able to secure his third.
Yeah, that's...
All right, Asher Rosenbaum with a very, very wide sumo stance. This man is choosing nothing but violence, nothing but war. He says, I'm ready, are you? That's a good lift for Asher Rosenbaum. Let's see if we can find an answer.
Carson, wow. He took a huge jump and handled it so well. That move, like an opener. He got 1 red card, it was on lockout. Either, probably the knees. I imagine it was probably the knees. Just because, like you said, he, you know, brought his shoulders back so far that the knees unlock a little bit, but speed-wise, he made that move super well, like a warm-up. And I was kind of wary of seeing that huge jump there, but he handled it quite well.
And this is Elijah Sorensen on platform 3, 227 and a half. We're very easily into the 500-pound range, folks.
Wow, and it moves well.
You know, one thing to think about, too, I wonder how many of these kids, because powerlifting's not real, I mean, it is a high school sport, sanctioned high school sport in some states, but I wonder how many of these folks are multiple sport athletes.
Yeah, I mean, the lifter from yesterday who got the bench world record.
Yep, they said it was a wrestler and a football player.
Yeah, that's insane.
And just think about the time that powerlifting takes along with a high school life,
Oh, yeah.
along with all those extracurriculars.
I mean, high school, you're in class from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., and then you've got extracurriculars. You got to worry about college applications. You're going to train as well.
Now, any of you high school kids listening, is college worse? Absolutely.
Yes.
But it is worth it.
That was a good lift for Mac, closing out second attempts on platform 2. We move on to thirds.
Kanan, third attempt at 207 and a half. Ooh, slow grind off the top. Beautiful finish. Here's Vincent Evelyn on platform 2 with his last attempt at 187. He had like 20 more kilos in the tank. Are you kidding me? 3 white lights.
I would be super excited with that, as I would be
too. Jinx.
Big fight on platform 1 from
Oh
John.
my God, John.
207.5. What
I
a
didn't see
grind.
any hitching. It just got stuck on his thighs. Come on.
He gets
Hey!
Good lift.
What a way to end the day.
Man. Literally leaving it all on the platform.
We got some action going on platform 2. Gino announcing an attempt change.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these lifters in this flight are a little space away from top 10 positioning, but you still have the option to change your deadlift 2 times. You could have put in a deadlift and then later change your mind. You could have said, hey, I'm not feeling the best, let me bump it down, or let me go for that YOLO deadlift.
I've been in the position where it's too. I've seen a lifter lift their second attempt, and I'll put in a call based on that. He'll come out after me and be like, "Yo, I'm ready. Like, please, please, please give it to me." And at that point, you got to. It's
out
the
of your
last
hands.
deadlift. Come on now. If they feel like they're on, shoot.
Let them go for it.
Mario Kalel on platform 1, 217 and a half. Anthony,
Oh,
it's a no lift for Mario on platform 1.
Easy opener for Kyle on 3.
and Kyle, in that fight for the top 10 positioning, going to be battling out with John, Mac, Ethan, and he could potentially pull over Ezekiel, who has already finished his day on platform 2.
That was a smooth third for Anthony. Very excited walking off the platform. Good job, Anthony. Luke on 1, Carter on 3.
Oh, big fight, platform 2. I think it's good.
And now I stand corrected, folks. Luke Lister did not bomb out, but he did miss that lift. 2-2-1.
We got Adrian on 3, who's one of the contenders for podium and potentially the national championship.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I mean, this would give him a 602.5 kilo total. And if everyone within the top 5 makes their opening deadlift, that's going to put him in second place for the time being.
Again, very excited for our third attempts on platform 3. We're going to see a battle.
Yeah, that was, I mean, to move over 500 pounds like that, that moved well.
Hayden smokes his third attempt deadlift.
Up next is Eden or Eden Sai, 240 kilos. That's 529 pounds. We haven't said in a little bit, but I think it's important to keep reminding y'all that these guys are not even 170. 100, just barely 165, and they're well into the 500s on pulls. Big, strong boys.
Matthew on platform 1, getting set up with that 500-pound mark, 227.5. Oh,
Ooh.
look good to me.
Come on, Lucas. Oh, man, right at the knees, too. That's a good lift. He's happy about that. Takes the belt off in celebration.
Matthew's going to come out on platform 3 to 240 kilos. Again, another one of those lifters in contention for top spot. This is going to give him a 602.5 kilo total. And if you remember just a couple minutes ago, that is currently what Adrian is on. But this lift would put Matthew ahead of Adrian? No, it would put him just behind Adrian.
I keep kicking the water bottles over.
Cruz getting set up with 210 kilos on platform 2. Andrew Reed, 230 kilos. Big jump. 17.5 kilo jump on platform 1.
Ethan Tran's got 250 on deck.
And Andrew's got that super narrow grip,
That's
actually.
a master grip sumo.
Gripping on the smooth.
If it works, it works. He needs to get 3
I mean,
white
it's a good
lights.
lift, so hey,
Yeah.
who are we?
Way to end the day. 3 for 3 in the deads. Only missed 1 lift on the day. Fantastic day for
Gabriel
Andrew.
Prince looking to close out flight A on platform 1 with 235 kilos. 518 pounds.
Ethan.
Matthew on 2 and Ethan on 3.
Here's Gabe with the shimmy setup. Yes, sir. Shimmy, 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 shimmy. Please do it one more time. He probably won't. Come on.
Just
Got
past
caught
the
right
knees.
at the knees there,
Yeah.
yep.
Wow. 250 kilos is
Air.
light work for Ethan.
Last warm-up.
And taking a look at these attempts, Matthew actually missed his opening deadlift, but still went up 17.5 kilos.
I totally missed that. I did not know because his opening deadlift would have put him at, I believe, 602.5 kilo total. So that would have put him in 3rd place for the time being. But 17.5 kilo jump, that's dicey.
He's still currently forecasted first, but
With that jump, yeah. So it's going to really come down to if he can make that. Speaking of if he can make it, Connor Laughlin bumped down his opener from 260 kilos, opening up with 255. Again, another one of those lifters really in that battle for the national title.
Yeah, missing that last bench attempt really shook things up now. Right now, forecasted 3rd place, but we're going to keep a close eye on these attempts. Never mind.
That was easy.
Yep.
He smoked that, and I think he's going to have the last deadlift advantage.
And call that man a good Boston butt. The way we smoke these deadlifts. Come on, dude.
Ooh, Will putting in the fight, platform 2. See what the judges say on that.
Attaboy.
Good lift.
we got our 44 kilo girls starting over on platform 1. We got Heidi opening us up with 65 kilos.
All right, here's Josh Cho, representing Cajun Prep Powerlifting Team. This is a 12.5 kilo, wait. Yes, 12.5 kilo jump. Is that right? I don't know how to do math.
17.5 kilo jump.
Listen, guys, math is not my strong suit. I can barely convert kilos. Come on, guys. Ooh, Heidi Herber, also a fan of the shimmy setup. Big fan of it. Beautiful work. Here's Josh Stork taking his last attempt at 227.5, an even 500. He got to the knees, and he dropped it from there. Looks like he might have hit a callus or two, shaking his hand walking off the platform there.
Same attempt over for Keegan on 2 500 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, that 500-pound mark, it's really a big milestone for these lifters. We see a lot of them going for that. Hopefully Keegan can hit it.
Oh, call that man the real. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Jillian Riley's up next on platform 1. Jillian currently sitting 4th in the standings for the 44 kilo ladies. Sorry, 5th for the 44 kilo ladies. Nice fight there from Connor Fields for a second. A little bit slow at lockout than we'd like to see for a second attempt. I imagine that's going to adjust his play calling going into thirds. Probably going to be a bit smaller jump. Callie Whitaker currently sitting 4th with an easy opener at 3 white lights. Ali Voyers is coming up next. Now, unfortunately, Ali will not be able to post a total or qualify for the meet because we unfortunately did bomb out on bench press. We might have opened a little bit high. However, it's really awesome to see her come back for deadlifts. Way to finish strong.
Yeah, and I believe she did bump down her deadlift opener about 10 kilos. So really just probably trying to make 3 attempts in the deadlifts and the day off strong. Just so you could walk away with potentially a deadlift PR or just ending the day on a high note.
Asher added 12.5 kilos, and he probably could have added 12.5 more. That's going to be a good lift. 3 white lights.
We're getting the bar ready for our last 2 attempts over on platform 2. We got Mac.
Nice finish there from Ali Voyers. I'm not even going to try and do that.
Oh,
That's 2-1. That's going to be a good lift.
now Jasmine's going to be coming up next on platform 1. This is going to give her a 220 kilo total, forecasted in second in the 44 kilo class. And she's not too far back from Riley, who's currently forecasted in first. If Riley starts missing some lifts, that could really open the door for Jasmine.
Here's Mock getting hyped up for his second attempt. Easy opener for Jasmine. Come on, Mock. Oh, it's not going to go. We saw a little bit of up and downward motion, and even though he got it up, unfortunately, it's not going to go for our referees.
Oh, and
We got Karsten closing out our flight on platform 2. 245 kilos, 540 pounds. Kyle Kim, one of those lifters that can sneak into top 5,
Yes,
currently
240
forecast.
kilos. He's
No.
in 6th right now, looks like, based off of forecast
Forecasted
total
total.
at the moment. We still got a tie at the moment.
yeah, I mean, currently Kyle is in 5th place. The lifter who is forecasted ahead of him is Lee, who is actually going to be lifting after him on a different platform.
That was a great lift for Karsten, ending out 8 for 9.
Kyle makes smooth work of 240 kilos.
And now we move into flight B on platform 2 with Elijah McGill opening us up with 150 kilos, 330 pounds.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, now, spotters, loaders. Hold on now.
Riley hitting 105 kilos on her opening attempt. Yep, that's a good lift.
And we're now to the, oh, wait, you already mentioned it. We are at the top of the order on platform 2. Elijah Sorensen on platform 3, 245 kilos, 540 pounds, representing Elk Mound High School. Elk Mound is in Wisconsin. Little mansion in Wisconsin. Anybody? T-Pain fans? No? Okay. Pedro Linares opening 165 kilos. Elijah McGill, that was a good opener for him. Ezra Wagner is going to come behind, 363 pounds. Elijah's happy with that one.
We're taking the bar at 247.5 kilos for Nolan on 3.
Guys, we're getting dangerously close at the 600 mark.
Yeah, I mean,
Connor Laughlin's only projected to go 2.5 kilos under.
Easy opener for Ezra.
It looks like we're going to let the clock run down on platform 1 for dash title. Never mind. He just wanted to juke y'all.
Nolan hits his second attempt. Oh, actually, excuse me, he did not hit his second attempt. I can't see what the red lights were for. It didn't look like a strength issue, probably either up, down, or soft lockout. And since he did take a 17.5 kilo jump, it does sort of put him a little bit behind on forecasted, because he's going to be in the fight for the top 10. And now Adrian, 250 kilos, trying to pull for 617.5 kilo total, putting him at first.
I was going to say, with this pull, puts him a breath away from matching up with Connor Laughlin.
Yeah, I mean, that put him ahead of Connor, but now Connor is going to come out and jump just ahead of him.
And now, interesting case on platform 3. We got Michael Acevedo up next, who missed his opening deadlift at 240 kilos, jumped 17.5 kilos to 257.5.
he said, I'm in this fight too. Watch me.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the situation where you see lifters take a jump anyways after missing their opener. When you're in that battle, when you cannot afford to retake that opener, you've got to gain those extra kilos.
Again,
right.
not a strategy you would implement when you're not in contention for.
Oh, I
Who are
think
we?
it worked out for him. I
Who
think
are
it
we?
worked out.
Kids these days, man.
Let's see the lights.
That
Yep.
put him
That
in
good
second.
lift?
That
Actually put him in first.
Excuse
Forecasted
me,
second.
2.5 kilos above Matt. We've still got Connor to come up. He's our last puller in the flight.
We got Adrian forecasted first. Matthew.
Yeah, so currently the order right now is Matthew, Adrian, Connor. Connor's going to have the opportunity at the end of the flight to pull, let's see,
Aiden Sai
pull
on
in
3
second place.
with a 20-kilo jump. Aiden's actually from Chicago.
Oh,
It's not quite there. He still has his third attempt deadlift to retake.
Hey, sometimes you just got to find that dog in him, wake him up, give him a treat, and come back for that third lift. Ethan Tran's coming up for his next to last deadlift, 265 kilos. But it looks like there's some attempt changes going on
Ethan
platform
with this
3.
lift is pulling, I believe, into fourth place over Kyle Kim. This is just such a stacked class that you've honestly got to pull up LiftingCast, see what's going on. So Ethan, currently at 587.5 kilos, this extra 15 kilos is going to give him 602.5, putting him between Connor and Kyle into that fourth place spot.
And not only
provisionally.
that, but it'll knock out Ezekiel Ruiz from the top 5 that he solidified in the last
Oh,
flight.
yeah. So that's the thing with Ezekiel. He was in the first flight, had to pull up the highest total he can. Is it going to be in the battle?
He has no defense.
Yeah, he's already put up the total that he has for the day, and Ethan smokes that attempt,
My goodness gracious.
knocking Ezekiel out of the top 5. If that's a good lift, yep, it is.
Up next, just a hair under 600 pounds for Connor DeLaughlin, 595 pounds. Closing out our second attempt deadlift on platform 3. He's currently in third place after all of our deadlifts, forecasted in fourth.
Yeah, and
Ricardo Navedo, easy opener on 1. Kira Duels coming up to platform 2. 1, 77.5 kilos.
so Connor on platform 3, currently he's at a 605 kilo total. This would give him a 620 kilo total, but because he weighs marginally heavier than Matthew, this would put him into second place for the time being. See how he handles it, just under 600 pounds. Oh, that was, that was phenomenal.
You know what?
270 kilos for
Connor might be on.
I think
I
no
think
matter
Connor
what,
might be on. He's pulling for the win no matter what.
I
Oh
agree.
my gosh.
No matter what happens, if he has to load up 300 kilos, I think he's going to do it.
Wow.
Keep your eyes on platform 3. Pull out LiftingCast because you guys are in for a show as we move into third attempt deadlifts.
We're also moving into second attempts on platform 2. 1. I know what platforms are.
Adriana, what's the current spread on podium for the 75 kilo men?
Currently, before third attempts take place, Matthew sits at 620 kilos. Connor also sits at 620 kilos. Adrian, 617.5 kilos. That is a 2.5 kilo spread between the top 3. And Ethan and Kyle, not too far back. Not too far behind them in fourth and fifth place. And they've put in some big deadlifts for their third attempts. I don't know if they're going to take that.
Let's
I
take
don't
it
know
over
if
to
that's
the
a place over.
forecasting. Because with the forecast, ladies and gentlemen, the coaches are looking at this one very, very closely because God forbid someone puts in a number and it's a mistake. You have such a small amount of time, such a small window to capitalize on that.
Yeah, the coaches, they're going to be stressed for the next few minutes. The next 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, they're going to be stressed trying to get their lifter to make their third attempt. A, that's number 1. You've got to make your third attempt as it is pivotal in your placing. And B, put them in the highest placing possible, whether that be first for the title, whether that be pulling for third place. And we've got some big, big deadlifts.
We already see it now. We got attempt changes in progress on platform 3.
All right, let's take a look here.
We see
Right
some of
now-
these lifters who put in fake deadlift attempts, trying to see what their opposition will make, not revealing their true hand just yet.
Yes, and the thing is, if you are a coach and you are just looking at forecasted total, someone may have, for instance, Kyle jump 30 kilos to 270, and you're looking at that forecasted total and you're thinking, whoa, I got to get my lifter there somehow. You could put in a number that is just
It's
too
going to be
high.
higher than that, sure.
Yeah, too high. Because Kyle, or another lifter who may just put in a fake deadlift a fake deadlift third attempt and change it later, that might not be what he attempts, that might not be what he makes. You could force someone to take a deadlift attempt that is more than what they need to pull into placing.
And this, folks, is my favorite part of powerlifting. When we get to the third attempt deads, because this is the most, this is the most competitive, like head-to-head competitive that our lifters can be with each other. Obviously, they can't lift in front of each other on the platform, but this is the closest that they're going to get for direct competition, and it just makes the meet that much more interesting.
And again, when we think about attempt changes, once a coach submits an attempt change, the change cannot be anything lower than what's currently on the bar.
Correct. And we saw that happen. The last session.
Now, if you pay attention to platform 1, Jasmine currently trying to pull over Riley. So we've got a little battle in the 44 kilo division too.
Okay, so that puts her in provisional first at the moment.
Both Jasmine and Riley have made all of their third squats and third benches, so they got good momentum going into deadlifts.
Yeah, they both actually have not missed a lift yet.
Yep.
Let's see what Riley does. Let's take a look at what Riley does, because she is only 2.5 kilos up, but at the end they'll be tied on forecasted total, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Yes.
if Riley makes this lift, she's going to add kilos to her total, but she's still going to be behind Jasmine based on body weight.
Now you notice Jasmine,
Oh.
Jasmine didn't put an attempt in yet.
Yes.
She's waiting to see what she's going to put in.
And Riley makes that lift, but it was a little difficult. So we have to see what's going to happen there on their third attempts.
We got already attempt changes on platform 3. Super interesting stuff.
John unfortunately missed his third attempt on platform 3.
Connor just put an attempt to pull him into second, and he is banking on Matthew Acevedo. Because right now they're both in the same forecasted total, but so long as Matthew misses this, Connor can keep this weight, and I think he's good for it. I mean, he's got another 20 pounds easily.
Moving back over to platform 1, we see Jasmine, who put in 112.5 kilos, currently in first.
Oh, currently we're looking at a tie, but if that's the case, Jasmine would win on body weight.
Yeah, so what would happen is if Jasmine makes her third attempt, giving her 237.5 kilos, Riley would then have to quickly change her third attempt to bump it up 2.5 kilos to total over her, since Riley weighs 0.6 kilos more than Jasmine.
Now, Jasmine hasn't put any attempt changes either, so once she sees Riley put in that change, do we think Jasmine's going to respond?
Jasmine's really looking to tie Riley and then win on body weight.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what will happen. It's kind of interesting when you have these lifters who are so close in the deadlift. They could be playing these attempt games to see who's going to pull first, who's going to be able to pull after, and be able to see exactly what they need for the win. Ezra hitting 180 kilos on platform 2.
Ethan Tran loaded up a monster weight that's going to pull him into 4th place.
And Nolan, platform 3, currently in 10th place, going to be loading up
That's going to pull him into 7th.
7th place. Oh, and he's fighting with
Come
it.
on.
It's not going to go.
Oh,
Itchy.
man. At that point, the body takes over, and you're just trying to get it up at that point.
Good gym PR.
Yeah, I mean, currently, yeah, that's a no lift for Nolan. He is in 10th place currently, and Elijah coming out right after him.
Looking to crack into the top 10, currently in 12th, moving into 9th.
Yeah,
Bars
Elijah.
loaded. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no.
You go ahead.
You're good.
No, you.
No.
No, you. Now, I was going to say Logan Hoppman's coming up on 2 after missing that opener, going up 10 kilos. Never mind.
Look
That's
good.
not worth it.
Look
nope.
good.
Yep. Here's Elijah
2 to 1.
Sorensen. Ooh, didn't look like you felt too good coming off of that one. I think that
He
that
missed
left
it.
spotter kind of glued the place to the ground again.
I think so. Now, Adrian. if
This
we don't
is the
see any-
battle, folks.
Yeah, if we don't see any attempt changes.
We got a temp change in progress on
Oh,
platform
okay.
3.
Could be
It's going to
Adrian.
put him into first.
Yeah, Adrian. Okay, the bar's loaded. Adrian's coming out to 257.5. Currently, he's at 617.5. This would give him 625,
So
putting
does it-
him over Matthew, who's
Wait a
currently
minute.
in first place.
Wait a minute. Hold on. That just jumped him. Hold on. His place was third. It dropped, forecasted him to fourth.
Yes,
I
but
don't know
that
what's
is
going
with other lifters'
Ah,
third
yes, yes,
attempts.
yes.
So that was a pull for the win currently.
Yes, the
And he's
provisional dub.
And yeah, he's super excited with that. Right now, he is in first place. If everyone else in the flight were to miss their third attempts, he would end off as the national champion.
That's right.
Based
If
off-
that's not the case, he'll go back down to fourth, unfortunately. But hey, top 5 nonetheless.
Based on the forecasted, we have Matthew Acevedo forecasted first, followed by Connor Laughlin, and then Adrian.
Yeah, and you kind of see, if you're paying attention to LiftingCast, Kyle had put in a huge deadlift initially, and he bumped it back down. So that's kind of what we were saying, that forecasted, it doesn't tell the whole story.
What did he initially put in there?
I think like
270.
Yeah, 270.
He jumped
Okay.
30 kilos. Aiden looking to retake his second attempt. Not quite there.
Those pesky spotters.
Now we got Kyle Kim, who put in a 270 kilo opener initially for his third deadlift, dropped it down to 262.5, looking to crack into the top 5.
And actually, Kyle currently at 600 kilos. This is going to give Kyle 622.5,
Which is going to put him in the top 3.
It would put him into second place for the time being.
All right, bar is loaded here.
And it's a big jump, too. 22.5 kilos.
Kyle pulling for silver.
Yeah, Kyle pulling for a provisional silver. Let's see how he handles it. It's a big jump. I think,
And as
if I
soon as
remember.
this goes, we're going to watch the lifting cast.
Oh, let's see it. Oh, my gosh.
Are you kidding me?
What a call.
And he holds it.
From the coach.
Good lift.
He's done it. Silver medal.
See, based off of
provisionally.
that, we have now attempt changes as Matthew and Connor are looking to.
So right now, 622.5. Connor's got to pull it. He's got to put something down
Yeah, and,
pretty fast.
yeah, and I believe Matthew is going to go first.
He's
At
gonna
least,
pull it, yep.
at least right now he is.
Matthew
That's going to
taking
put him into what?
Matthew is,
sitting in third, moving into first place with his 606 kilo or
Yes.
pound
and
attempt.
you know what's interesting here? Matthew, currently at 620. His second attempt wasn't the easiest thing ever. He's taking a big jump here to try to total 637.5 when currently Adrian, who's at first, is at 625.
Already on the podium, looking to pull into first. Let's see it from Matthew.
Yeah. He's got to think about Connor, who's going to pull after him. And, oh! Well, I
That
was
was
wrong.
easy.
That was a
That was a
600-pound
third?
pull. And that gives him 637.5 kilo total.
Oh, now Connor's got to answer.
Yep, now
And we have an
Connor.
attempt change.
Attempt change.
Connor is, yep.
290.
Connor-
We've got 640. We've got us a battle, folks. Let's get it.
Connor is going to pull after Ethan now because Connor has changed his third attempt. Ethan's going to try to pull into fourth place if no more attempt changes happen. Yep, I mean, Ethan's already taking a big jump here, 17.5 kilos. So I think this is the right call. I think a little bit more to try to pull into third would be a little too much. Ethan gonna try to pull to get 620 kilo total to pull over Connor. But the thing is, Connor is going to pull right after him. So after all of these lifters have gone, Connor's going to be in 5th place, and he's going to try to pull into first. What an exciting battle we have here. Can Ethan pull over Connor into 4th place? Ooh,
They're
what
going to call
a
that on up and
deadlift.
down.
I
They're
don't
going to
know.
call
I
that on
think
up
he
and
might
down.
get
We'll
it.
see.
I think he might get it.
Oh, no!
Good lift.
Connor pulling into 4th place.
Wow.
I mean, excuse me, Ethan pulled into 4th place over Connor. Now Connor looking to respond. Connor, since this is such a stacked battle, Connor is currently in 5th place with a 620 kilo total. Now Connor getting
If he makes
fired up.
this, if he makes this, he'll only beat him by 2.5 kilos.
If he makes this, he is going, this is for the national title right here, right now on platform 3. This is everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a battle. I almost want to go outside and watch this live. Hold on, I
and
won't.
even
But
on the platform 1,
We got Jasmine.
pulling for 237.5 kilos. But let's pay attention to platform 3 as Connor pulls for the national title.
looks like Jazz pulled for the title as well. Yes,
Oh,
currently.
Jasmine
Good job for
on
Jasmine.
Opener, but Riley's going to come right behind on platform 1. Connor Laughlin on 3,
Riley.
290 kilos. What are we going to see, folks? Grabs the bar, big slack pull. Oh!
Couldn't break the ground.
And
You hate to
Connor-
see it.
Connor goes from forecasted 1st place all the way down to 5th place.
That's how tight this battle is. And you know what's the interesting thing too? Lee is currently lifting on platform 2. And Lee has got a little bit of an advantage here because now Lee knows exactly what all the other lifters have totaled. Lee is going to need, let's see.
Take your eyes over to platform 1. We have Riley on
Yep,
platform
and Riley
2.
pulling for that.
Pulling
again,
for 1st place.
Another pull for the win.
Pull for the
Can she
win?
Get it. Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
it's
and it's a
slipping,
big
it's
fight.
slipping, it's going side
It's
to
not
side.
quite.
It's
not
not
going to go, unfortunately.
She locks it out though. She locks it out, but that's not gonna go.
And
Don't
congratulations to Jasmine, who wins in our 44 kilo division.
Yeah, that was no lift. Yep. Jasmine is the 44 kilo national champion. And as of right now, Matthew is the 75 kilo national champion, but we have another lifter on platform 2, Lee Erickson. This is such an interesting situation because Lee honestly should have been on the platform with these other lifters, but now Lee has got the advantage of knowing exactly what he needs to total to pull for the win.
And folks, that's going to be the end of all of our action for session 2 on platform 3. We're going to be back here in just a few short minutes, right at 6 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Platform 3, thank you for joining us.